Independent Schools Netball Association's Open Tournament Finals Day here at the home of the defending champions, Strathallan. And it is Strathallan who are going to get us underway, taking on the High School of Dundee. It's Dundee in the red skirts going from right to left in this first half of 10 minutes, while Strathallan in that classic navy gold of theirs are on defensive duties first time out. 4 teams in this pool competing for a spot in the semi-finals. Only the top 2 will head through to this afternoon session. And it is Strathallan who have won every single title at this competition since 2013, alongside Robert Gordon's, who are in the other pool as well. I'm sure that's no mistake. Louisa Walker has once again put on a fantastic tournament for us all today, and I'm delighted to be joined on commentary for it by Charlotte Sutcliffe. Charlotte, thanks for coming up to the comms box for us here. I mean, you're an experienced netballer yourself. There is one thing to note early doors, and that's the surface that we're playing on today. It's a little bit different to what some of these netballers might be used to. Maybe a big advantage for the home team.
I think so. I think normally, you're playing on a very more classic basketball court or a netball court. Surface is a bit more astroturf, and also in particular, if you're taking a fall on a court like this, you're going to come up with a lot more bruises and injury. So actually, that might affect how some of these teams might be playing and how much they kind of really commit to some of those balls and intercepts, with fear of kind of going down. Good
start for Strathallan, who kept out Dundee at the first time of asking, and now have the chance to take the lead. And the first goal of the Sisna Finals Day goes to Strathallan. High School of Dundee now on defensive duties from centre pass, but it's an early ball forward here for Strathallan. No, they're really taking control of this game early, which is what they were after here. And once you don't take your chance from that first centre pass, Charlotte, it can be tough to get back in the game.
Yes, it can, but obviously, 2 goals down, that's 1 turnover and 1 of your own goals and you're back in it. It is truly anyone's game, but that kind of height on the goal shoot from Strathallan really can make a bit of a difference with those couple of extra inches she has on the goal keep. Even when she's kind of being kept out right under that post, she's still able to launch it in.
Strathallan really dominating here, chance for them to go 3 up. And Dundee at the moment have no response to the defending champions. They're looking for a 4th title in the row here, Strathallan, after coming down south for the Independent Schools League and really ruffling some feathers as the only Scottish side in attendance. And whistle goes, that's 4. Each of the sides here have had to volunteer an umpire as well. So you've got Robert Gordon's assistant coach on the sideline for this one. Chance for Dundee to come forward for the first time. Nice ball from Reid. Payne right at the edge of the circle, but Johnson has it slapped away from her grasp, and Strathallan dominant here, 4 up already, looking for a 5th. And Charlotte, they just transition so quickly up the court.
Yeah, and that's the kind of real difference, is they're able to use those really easy balls to kind of just absolutely move themselves really, really quickly up across that centre third, launching from the centre straight into the D, really. And
Strathallan with a centre pass. We're going to go 6 up here. This is a really fantastic performance from the defending champs. Early doors here, but the deflection is claimed by Elsie Abare. Johnson. That's a good take under pressure from Jess Reid. Back to Johnson. Cora and Lucy Johnson operating at centre and wing in defence for the High School of Dundee. Unfortunately, can't keep it alive. And it's back with Strath. And again, it's only 3 passes. And they're in a shooting position. Not taken this time. Slapped back really well by a combination of Ugowocha and Abare, and it's Johnson who feeds it out at centre and comes right up to that attacking third line. Although the umpire's call goes against them. Oh, Dundee coming to life a little bit here, but still yet to get on the board.
Yeah, really struggling to kind of actually work it from that centre third into that shooting D. The attackers are having to work really, really hard. Strathallan making it very difficult to get it in a good position to actually get a shot on. That's when those 3 seconds are, very, very short when you're having to work that hard and things get called against you.
Really taking time on the ball there, but eventually Reid finds the pass, and this is a big chance for Dundee. And Ailey Payne slots their first of the contest. So 5-1, and Dundee win the turnover, so it will be their centre pass here. It's Johnson looking to get things going again. Lovely movement from Fralani, who can't finish, and it's swept up at the back by the goalkeeper, young Karina. No last names, unfortunately, for Strath, as is the policy, but they are defending fantastically, regardless, of course. Just peeling off the goalkeeper. That's wonderful movement again, right at the tip of this Strathallan attack. And it's 6-1, and the 5-point buffer is restored, and they'll have centre pass as well to boot. It's a very impressive netball from Strathallan. They've started the fastest in this tournament. Of course, they're on home soil, so to speak, but as they make it 7-1, I mean, Charlotte, can you spot the early differences between these two?
I think the way that the goal shoot is really kind of holding space within the D just allows her to have so much control of where she wants that ball. But I think the real difference is this Strathallan defence, actually. The goalkeeper is just impenetrable. That space is hers. And even as it's coming straight back down, you know, she's there, she's everywhere. And, you know, Dundee's shooter can really show that she can get a shot in from far out, but just getting that opportunity to even take a shot.
Well, Fralani does score a second for the High School of Dundee, but once again, it only takes 2 or 3 passes for Strathallan to race away down the other end of the court. Centre pass for Johnson, and it's just through the fingers, unfortunately, there of Jess Reid. Good recovery from Cora Johnson. And there is certainly still life in this tie, even at 8-2. Good ball in for Fralani, but unfortunately just couldn't keep it tight enough, and Strathallan will build from the base. They're finding so much joy right on that left-hand touchline, Charlotte. It's such a easy route for them so far.
Yeah, they're really utilising that pocket incredibly well, and you know, considering they've used it multiple times, it's still really working for them, and they're going to continue using until, I think, you know, Dundee figure out how to stop using that combo from the wing attack or the centre straight into that goal shoot on that left corner.
Exquisite vision again. It is the mid-court that is really being dominated by Strathallan here, and more so the fact that they're just not spending any time in it.
Yeah, and I think that's really it. They're able to just conserve their energy so much for their future games in particular by just absolutely launching that ball across it and being so kind of purposeful in their passes. You know, they really know where they're going to be. They're using those channels incredibly well across the court.
Favour Ugawatcha with a big hand to keep out Strathallan this time, and they need a little bit more than that on that right wing, the High School of Dundee. Couple of changes in the offing for Strathallan. Harriet on a goal defence, Lexi on a goalkeeper, Sophie on a goal attack. They have got depth in this squad. This new partnership with the London Pulse that Strathallan are enjoying as they go 11-2 clear in this first half is the first of its kind, really, in Scotland. Connecting up with one of the Super League's best. That's a fantastic movement from the new goal attack. Swung away by Ugawatcha, but it still comes back for Strathallan here. They're relentless so far, and the umpire's call goes their way as well. Well, even when they're off target, Strathallan just seems so confident about getting the netball back again on the rebound that, well, at the moment it's just seeming a little hopeless for Dundee. They haven't done a lot wrong here at all, and they've played really well with possession, but yet Strathallan have managed to carve out this incredible lead.
Yeah, exactly. They're not doing much wrong. It's just Strathallan are just a little bit more purposeful with where they're placing their balls to each other and just able to kind of get it into that shooting D a lot quicker. But we have just got another goal from Dundee.
Well, it's good to see them on the board and staying in the fight here. Of course, 2 teams from this pool will head through to the Cup semi-finals. We'll have all 3 group games live on Court 1, then straight to the knockouts. A semi-final, followed by a playoff game, followed by the grand final. We'll all be wrapped up by about 1 o'clock here. It's a short and sharp tournament. And Dundee will have a chance of getting out of this group, but they're going to have to beat the likes of Fettes College and the Glasgow Academy. Fettes as well are real front runners. They've got such a strong youth setup there. Under 13s was semi-finalists. Their under 15s are often finalists. They certainly were last season. And that younger age group coming through should be able to make an impact for the women in pink. But we'll stay with our first game here as Dundee stepping up the defensive line a little bit. We are slightly delayed on one of the courts on the far side because Lathallan were slow to arrive, unfortunately. But that's why the Lathallan game is not on this pitch as scheduled. If you're tuning in for Lathallan Edinburgh Academy, unfortunately that's happening on the back pitches as it was a slight delayed start, as it's tucked home by Strathallan. Scoring slowed for a moment, but right back into it. And they'll have centre pass as well. Well, the High School of Dundee spared by the buzzer or the whistle on this occasion at half-time. Our first 10 minutes of the Sisna Open has been thrilling. It's been Strathallan all over the High School of Dundee. Well, Charlotte, what do you make of that first set of 10?
I think it was a great contest, and I don't think the score massively reflects actually how the effort that Dundee were putting in, and there was some really great work from both teams there. But the precision and Strathallan had just has edged them into that a little bit of a healthy lead. I was going to say a little bit of a lead, but a healthy lead. And you know, there's still all to play for. You know, I've seen teams come back from further than this, but you know, Dundee really have to kind of put the burners on. Be working really, really hard to be getting it into that attacking D and giving their shooters the best opportunities. You know, they're working really hard, but I think just the precision on getting the balls, you know, into those areas, as well as kind of slowing things down. You can see a couple of panicked balls towards the end there. You know, just kind of taking a minute, taking a breath, and just ready to get back and attack.
So, first half done and dusted here at Strathallan School, and the defending champions are in front by 14-3. They're on their way to making that cup semi-final they crave. High School of Dundee have had bright moments, but they've got a long way back, down by 11 with 10 minutes to play. So we're back then for this second half in our opening group game. It's 14-3 that Strathallan lead, now going right to left in that navy and gold. High School of Dundee with a couple of scores on the board, but as we said in that first half, Charlotte, it's really been the defence of Strathallan that's got them in control here.
Yeah, absolutely. The defence has been absolutely impenetrable. We've got a couple of changes on the Dundee defence, so we'll see if that kind of makes any differences.
Here's the Strathallan line out as Louisa Walker delivers it. It's Lexi at goalkeeper, Harriet at goal defence, Karina at wing defence, Ellie at centre, Hats, Flora and Kira finish off the front line. Picked off at goal defence, and Strathallan have it straight back again. This is such an impressive start by the defending champions. They just missed out on a Scottish Cup final, knocked out in the semis in a thrilling game, and well, they're letting that fire show, certainly, with another fantastic start to the competition.
Yeah, and you can see it with even how they're kind of lining up, waiting for that whistle to blow. You know, the wing attack and the goal attack are just poised, ready to go. They've got their set plays. They know where they're going to go. They're just ready to go at any given moment, and any change of tempo, they know what they need to do.
Well, picked off by Dundee, and then a nice ball over the top. This is a good bit of defensive play from them. Ibarra's been pretty decent at goalkeeper, and Ogawucha moves it well up the field. But again, it's the goalkeeper for Strathallan who steps up. New goalkeeper in this second half, but still the same energy. And this is a bit of an exhibition by Strathallan. Well, there's so much netball on Next Gen Live today. Of course, we've got the St Joseph's College Festival, and we've got the Worcester Super Bowl all up next. An arena that Louisa Walker knows so well as former head of netball at the University of Worcester and coach of the English Universities team. So much experience here as Strathallan's first director of netball. It's amazing to think, Charlotte, that they won 4 or 5 national championships before they even had a director of netball in place.
Yeah, absolutely. Their kind of history with this cup and with their achievements over the last 10 years has been incredibly impressive. Across Scotland, they're really a formidable team and a formidable school, and it's amazing to see this develop into a partnership with London Pulse and see where that might take them next.
Of course, the Gordonston Cup that they're playing for today, named after the first winners of the competition. Well, that was way back in 1993. Strathallan did claim the title the year before, but there was no trophy at that point. So if Gordonston supply the trophy, they get to name it, I guess. Not competing, though, today. The front runners over in the second pool are Robert Gordon's school, who are also there with Lathallan School and Edinburgh Academy, along with Mary Erskine School, part of the larger school setup there across women's and men's education. Nice ball forward, though, for Dundee as they look to get their first score of the second half, but they are ushered out of play really well by Strathallan. Johnson, that's a great pass and an excellent take as well, but then just a bit hesitant there from the High School of Dundee.
Yeah, it was a great ball in from the centre, straight in, but she, just wanted to work it out a little bit, and that's where that kind of on the line of the D defence is so important from the wing defence and from the wing defence in the centre, just putting that pressure on so you can't play it in and out how you want to and reposition yourself, and that can be a real difference in feeling confident taking the shot from wherever and actually wanting to reposition yourself and having the players that can help you do that, as opposed to Strathallan, who have taking it exactly where they want to be, taking the shot exactly, under their terms. And it's Dundee centre again. Great intercept from Strathallan wing defence. I always think that about wing defence. The best wing defence is, you don't actually see them, they're just doing their thing, and then bam, there's an intercept.
Johnson, it's just been pressured out of possession by Strathallan again, and then intercepted by wing attack. Great to see those attacking players getting back and helping out in the mid-court, even at a 21-3 lead. So difficult to stay motivated at this stage of the game, I think, when you're this far in front, Charlotte.
Yeah, I think so, and I think the important thing is to just kind of, be kind of playing your own game and going for your own goals at certain points. I've definitely been in a netball game or two where, you have a scoreline like this, and you've just got to look at it and work on your own pieces and set pieces and play your game and go from there, really, and just keep pushing and going for every one of those centre passes, every one of those goals. You never quite know what's going to happen next, and you've just got to keep going, really. But it can be so difficult when with a scoreline like this. There's some really great work there. There's some really great work from the shooters moving around, trying to take that long ball but not quite getting it in.
And that sort of expansive ball out from defence is what has got Strathallan so far ahead. Their transition is excellent. Ogawucha. And again, it's just a little bit too easy for Strathallan to read. They fly across and make another interception. into double figures for interceptions in this second half and across the first. And lining up well, but good work from Gawucha again in defence. But that's the difference between the two, I think. Well, one of the big differences there is that out ball from High School of Dundee. It's not often finding its target, whereas you can see how quickly Strathallan work it back into the D.
Yeah, absolutely. And when Strathallan have done an intercept and moved it straight back up, it's, absolutely go time. Their switch from defence to attack is, within milliseconds, and they are back on that grind. Whereas, when there's an intercept from Dundee, it's a great job, but, where's it going next? What channels are we using and what set plays? And do our mid-court players know exactly where they need to be?
Strathallan go further in front and they crack a quarter of a century in this second half. It's certainly an outstanding performance by the defending champs. That's great effort from Favour Gawucha even at this last stage, and you can hear maybe on the touch line down below us, courtside, where Louisa Walker's still bellowing the instructions on court, just letting the girls know there was a slight timing issue on their way forward, still yelling out support as well, even at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's also another thing, is as much as it's hard to stay motivated when you're that far down, it's also hard to stay motivated to keep pushing when you're that far ahead. You can you can slip up and think you can kind of take it easy, but it's great to see the coach just reminding the girls of what they need to be doing. There can always be improvements. They can always be working harder for more goals. Here we are, backline pass for Dundee. What's Strathallan going to do here? Lovely intercept, and kept it in from wing defence.
Unbelievable work to keep the attack alive for Strathallan. They are so relentless in this second half as they go hunting for a fourth championship here at the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association Open. Of course, no side has done that 4 in a row since Robert Gordon's back in 2017 through to early 2014, that run. And then of course Strathallan have done it on 2 occasions. In fact, they've won 5 in a row, 2004, 2008. So 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 all won by Strathallan. And then 1994 up to 1999, another ridiculous run, eventually interrupted by Glenormond in 2001. Sort of Chicago Bulls-esque ridiculous run of titles and championships in the 90s. They might have been, between them, the 2 most successful sports teams of the 1990s. Strathallan Netball. And still continuing to improve the programme, of course, with this 3-court setup here at the Wilson Hall. Really impressive play by Strathallan, who are continuing to turn the screw, even at this late stage. It's now 27-3. That Strathallan lead, according to the in-house scoreboard. I mean, how do you go from here? They've hit the heights so early here, Strathallan. They know they've got a big game against Fettes College up next, which may well be a group decider. But, how do you transition from a game like this to a contest where you might be far more challenged?
I think it comes down to actually how you approach any game, and any game can be competitive. You've got to kind of always be switched on, and I think that's really, really key for the girls on the court to kind of remind themselves that as much as this has gone their way, it might not go their way next time, but as long as they're in the right mindset for this game, it shouldn't really impact how they approach the next one.
One back by Ibarre, and Johnson moved into centre, this time of the Cora variety, but misses out to Strathallan. But they won't have a chance to pounce on it. What a performance by the defending champions. Strathallan in control here on home turf as they look to claim their 4th consecutive championship here at the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association Open. On finals day here, they have 1 foot in the semi-final already, with just 1 more win required to make it through to the knockouts. Well, we will be back for our next game live here from Strathallan School with centre pass due in about 7 minutes' time. Welcome back then to our second game live here at Strathallan for the SNA or the Sisna Open Finals. It is Fettes College, who are perhaps the second place side in this pool when all is said and done, taking on Strathallan. These are, hesitantly I'm to say it, two of the best teams in the pool, of course, Charlotte. We have no idea how things are going to go later on throughout the day, but I think Fettes will be hoping to challenge here after Strathallan were soundly victorious in their opening game against the High School of Dundee. It's Fettes College with the centre pass in the pink and navy, going right to left in this first half of 10 minutes. And from a neutral perspective, Charlotte, we're hoping to see a closer contest.
Yeah, you always want to see kind of both teams leaving everything out on the court, and after a couple of settling nerves from the mid-court there, a little bit of contact as we just kind of get used to how each team are going to be playing. Superbly kept. Oh, thought she kept it in there. A little bit of footwork from the Strathallan goalkeeper, but very close there.
Well, Karina comes in at goalkeeper for the start of this one, as she ended the last game. Harriet at goal defence, Tina at wing defence, Freya at centre, Hats at wing attack, Flora and Kira maintain their place up top. And it was the Strathallan defence that really got all the attention, despite the 26 goals they scored in their opening game. And indeed, they've won it back again. And they fly forward, a sea of navy and gold. Comes rushing into the attacking D again. Umpire sends them back. And again, you can hear Miss Walker's instructions, the director of netball. She is a constant figure on this Strathallan sideline. And Fettes College on the front foot again here. Well, unfortunately, an off-target pass from Strathallan. That's a rare thing to see.
Yes, absolutely. It was something that they were kind of doing so well in the last game, but I think a bit more pressure from Fettes is just kind of, maybe making a couple of those passes a little bit more inaccurate. They're seeing where they're going a little bit more and able to kind of predict and intercept and put pressure on in those key moments. But
another interception high up in Fettes College country has allowed Strathallan in for a second, and Fettes will be hoping not to let this game get away from them, as the High School of Dundee did. Another interception for Strathallan, but a great counter by Fettes. That's the kind of reaction you're after.
Absolutely, and just kind of the give and take in the mid-court between the two teams has been absolutely great. Quite physical, quite back and forth of intercepts and drives onto the ball, but little bit of contact, little bit of between the two teams. That's how much they're kind of gunning for these balls and trying to get those goals. It's only 2-0 to Strathallan. They're taking longer to get those balls down and balls into the net. That's something that Fettes is doing really well as a comparison to Dundee in the last game. Still yet to get their own goal, but it's coming.
Well, it's just a classic netballing sort of phrase, isn't it? That it's a non-contact sport by the barest of margins, really. But Strathallan came out on top in that physical interlude, but unable to take advantage of it. Still 2-0 in their favour, but Fettes are fighting back into this. Unfortunately, it just came off of Fettes' hand there, so Strathallan will have possession from the sideline, but really hoping Fettes can mount a charge here, because you'd back them in that final game of the group to really take it to the High School of Dundee, but they're going to need more than just the one win to make it through to the semi-final stage. And it'll be a big shock if they manage to take down the defending champs here, as Strathallan make it 3 with a centre pass still to come. Two passes is all it takes for them to reach the right areas to strike, and Strathallan make it 4. Well, it's very similar to our first game, where Fettes College not doing anything wrong here, but another great read at goalkeeper wins it back for Strathallan. What do teams need to do here to break down this Strathallan defence?
I think what's really key is it's still that movement from those mid-court players that Strathallan have, the centre and the wing attack, into that shooting area. And I think kind of the hold that the goal shooter is really able to have is really important. So I think keep pushing, keeping the pressure on those players physically. Arms up. I think Strathallan are really using their kind of outstretched arms incredibly well. You can see they're at their full capacity, and that just gives them a couple more inches to be able to get those balls. So I think it's really important that Fettes kind of be dynamic in how they're moving and keep trying to move around those players instead of trying to kind of reach, because Strathallan are using that really, really well. So they've got to kind of keep moving, be dynamic, and changing direction a little bit more to stop some of those passes just kind of flowing really nicely up the court.
Now, unfortunately, not able to access the Fettes College players either. But I can tell you that from goalkeeper to goal shooter, Cecilia, Izzy, Jemima, Alex, Alice, Nara and Charlotte are all out there as well. But unfortunately for Strathallan, they finally conceded. It's 5-1, which is the same scoreline that the High School of Dundee managed to meet. And another big hand in there at goal defence. It crashes off the post but comes back the way of Strathallan. And they take their chances up the other end. It's the first time they've really checked back to the top of the D to create a bit of space, and it hasn't quite gone the plan for them. But, well, it's worrying to see that Strathallan are able to change up their game like that when they need to.
I think so. I think definitely they've settled a little bit. We've seen a couple more of the plays that we saw in the last game flowing a lot nicer. Some of those 3 passes and a goal, it just took a second. But yeah, the feeding in and out of the D is such a utilised tactic from the shooters when they're not quite feeling where they're shooting from. But I think in particular those circle attackers have got to be on it to be supporting.
Well, it's a wonderful finish from a long way out for Fettes College, and as it just slips through the hands of goal attack, there is a chance here for Fettes to get a big 2-point swing if they can keep Strathallan out. But the umpire's call goes in favour of the host. That's a tough one for Fettes. They're really hassling Strathallan here.
Absolutely, but they're still using it. They're still moving around. I think and just again centre, absolutely no net involved there. I think the defenders struggling to kind of get their arms up and get in that defensive positioning.
It is Strathallan who have been really impressive going forward, and again their effort at the back is the difference between them and the other sides in this competition. There's lots of good shooters out there, but this work rate from the Strathallan defence has got Fettes under real pressure here, but a chance to halve the deficit to 6-3, and there is a route back into this game for Fettes as we edge ever closer to the half-time interval. They're certainly in this fight a touch more than the High School of Dundee were, but it was in the second half really that Strathallan ran away with the game as they looked to keep Fettes College at arm's reach. Centre pass to Fettes. They really need to take all these chances and then hope that they can disrupt the Strathallan attack on a few occasions as they try and fight back into this one. Racing back comes goalkeeper again. Another big stop. And another good finish. The Fettes goal attack really keeping them in this, but Strathallan centre pass. Can the away side make an impact here? But that's a lovely ball through, and now Strathallan once again camped in this attacking third. On the turn, they have a chance to go 8-4 ahead. Wow, Fettes College had to work so hard going forward, Charlotte. It's another big defensive intervention, and every time they strike back, Strathallan are just going tit for tat at the moment, and they're very comfortable in that position currently, still up by 4.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think what Fettes really need to be taking advantage of is they are pushing a little bit of that Strathallan discipline. Strathallan are being called for a little bit of contact, a little bit of distance, and Fettes really need to take advantage of those umpire calls. And it's almost like even when that's taking place, Strathallan is just so calm and so ready to overturn it again. We've got a backline pass now for Fettes.
And that attacking set from Strathallan, the wing attack, goal shooter, goal attack, they're not resting when the ball goes Fettes' way. They are straight into action, pushing from the front and really making all 7 of this talented Fettes College side work hard. Well, they are the only other side here, outside of the dominant Strathallan and Robert Gordon's college, to have ever won the Sisna Open, with Glen Almond and Gordonston not in attendance. So Fettes College, they have history here with taking the title all the way back in 2012, as it's patted away by Strathallan again. And as we approach half-time, I mean, 5-8, not as comfortable as they were in the first game, but against a very talented Fettes side, they'll be pretty pleased with how they've kept this game under control.
Yeah, absolutely. They have definitely been in control, I think, the whole game, even though they only have a lead of about three goals. But I think Fettes will be pleased with this as well. 3 goals is, 2 of their own and an overturn, and all of a sudden you're back to 8-all. So it's absolutely not out of the question for either team. And I actually think Strathallan probably would have wanted a couple more points in between the 2 teams by the time we came to that half time. Getting double points is always a really nice margin for a winning team to kind of really feel confident to be able to relax into their game. Whereas they'll still be working hard. They missed a couple more shots. The shooters were not as comfortable taking some longer balls. They really wanted to rework it, and while that did work for them, there aren't as many goals scored this half because of that.
So at the break, Strathallan lead by 5-8. Victory here confirming their place in the semi-finals already, with one more game left to play in the pool stages. For Fettes College, they'll have it all to do in their final game if they can't turn this one around, as the 2 previous champions here at the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association's Open Finals batting it out. 10 minutes still to play. Well, a very short break for both these teams here. It's now Fettes Colleges again in that pink and navy going left to right in this second half, with the defending champions and the leaders in this pool game, Strathallan, defending. Up by 5-8 as we await the second half on all 3 courts. So Fettes College looking to inch their way back into the contest. They have managed to cut the deficit to 3 right before half time, and that was just fired in with a little bit too much venom there for Strathallan, able to get it away. As one change after the break, Lexi's moved up to goal defence, having previously played at goalkeeper for this Strathallan team. As it's popped over the top, and surely the first score of the second half will go Strathallan's way. They make it 9-5, and Charlotte, they've picked up the second half as they ended the first.
Absolutely, it was absolutely straight out of the blocks from Fettes, and it looked like they'd come out with a bit more fire, and they were going to kind of send that ball straight in on kind of 3-4 passes. Wasn't quite to be, and then Strathallan do what Strathallan do best and easily move that ball up, and we've now got two goals on the bounce for Strathallan, as they have taken up to that double points of 10-5.
Well, double points is one thing, but a 5-point gap is another, because not only do Fettes College need to finish off their centre passes here, they've also somehow got to turn over Strathallan on a number of occasions without conceding. It's maybe one of the hardest sports to get back into the game, netball. Despite the pace of play, despite how quickly goals can be scored, turning over possession against a really strong side is sort of Sisyphus's work. It's always going to be Strathallan coming back at you with good movement and really good pace on the passes, as they go 11-5 up and a chance to make it 12. Well, it's very similar to their opening game against the High School of Dundee. In this second half, Strathallan have just started to run away with it. At the beginning of this second half, they were 3 points clear. All of a sudden, it's 12-5 in their favour.
Yeah, absolutely, and I don't know what the director is saying at half-time, but it's clearly working. It's worked on both games, and they've just come out with not necessarily more energy, but maybe some just more purpose in terms of, okay, let's kick this up a notch. Let's absolutely finish this game and end the other team's chances.
Oh, it's a brilliant grab in there from the Fettes centre, but unfortunately, nothing came of it. Strathallan scramble back. It's Fettes defending this time, but even the umpire's call seemed to be going Strathallan's way. I think when you're in control, you're more likely to force an error. What an interception from Fettes. That might be the kind of play they need to turn this game around. But it's going to be Strathallan have it right back again. That's so tough for Fettes after that good defensive work, even though they have got a shot out here.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously just had the goalkeeper out of play for a little bit then, but back in. Fettes are using it, moving it quite nicely up. Again, quite a lot of mid-court use, which is what we know that Strathallan's really good at, kind of almost omitting that mid-court from their attack and just moving up so swiftly, whereas Fettes are having to use it quite a lot in that centre.
Indeed, they've just been made to work by Strathallan. There is not an easy group of players to pass your way through. It's good movement from Fettes. The goal shooter has to come deep, and then the passes have to be ambitious, like that ball to the left wing. It was a good bit of vision from Fettes College, but whereas Strathallan, they find it so easily to race through the mid-court, just 2 passes and they're back where they want to be in this attacking third. Off target this time from Strathallan, but wing attack wins it straight back again at the edge of the D, and you do not need to ask. This Strathallan attack twice, and it will be a centre pass for Strathallan as well as they look to keep the pressure on. It's 13-5, no scores in the second half of Fettes so far. That says an awful lot about the efficiency of this Strathallan side in attack and defence.
Yeah, absolutely, and just kind of watching that centre pass, then it's really interesting how they're just so confident and relaxed in their own game that their goal attack is able to kind of start their centre off the line, way back, and just playing in almost a completely different capacity than what Fettes is going to be used to in terms of how to defend that from the ball, and and then easily feeding it in, easily under the post. Nice quick goal, and then it's back to defence immediately. Even then, the centre nearly getting a hand to the ball on the first ball of the centre.
Well, indeed, this game is certainly Strathallan's to lose at this stage. They are in control, up by 14-5. Another great bit of movement at goal shooter. Doesn't matter who is in defence against this Strathallan team. The goal shooter, so good at just peeling off. Kira, her name, just been on fine form so far in this tournament. As we look ahead to our final game live on Court 1, we're going to see Robert Gordon's for the first time. The second best side in the history of this competition, just behind Strath. They'll be taking on Lathallan School, who arrived late but were straight into the game, and we'll have a little peek at the other side of the pool ahead of the semi-finals. The top 2 from both of the 4 pool groups go through. Fettes College, despite this result, as it stands, will still hope to be in that semi-final, where they'll likely take on Robert Gordon's, who are National Cup finalists in Scotland, as well as front runners for this competition, alongside Strathallan, who have conceded for the first time in the second half, Charlotte, which is a rather remarkable record.
Yes, absolutely, and it was a great goal from Fettes. The work in was great, kind of kept caught the goalkeeper a little bit on off the ball and working across that D. Quite a dangerous one to play it across when you're on the edge, but working it in, got the goal. Quite a crowded mid-court we're looking at right now. A lot of hands, a lot of legs. And
that is a symptom, really, of this Strathallan defence. They sort of player mark so effectively. Big hand in at goal defence again, but too much contact there. So Fettes College with a chance to score their second of the second half. Patted away, but centre this time by Strathallan. Just running down the clock with this defensive interaction here and forcing Fettes College all the way back. Centre has to retreat, but it's some good little slide movement down the left wing and a nice ball into goal attack. Right over the top. From wing attack, good interplay from the Fettes College attack, and it's the goal attack that has been most efficient for Fettes College in this one. 17-7, still 10 points ahead, Strathallan. Long way back for Fettes College. Centre goes peeling off away from an opposite player, and then a little dummy there. Looked to drop it in short, instead hung it up, searching for goal shooter. Skill set on show from Strathallan, even if it didn't come off, is looking pretty exceptional. And the creativity and the variation in attack at the moment unmatched by anyone here at the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association's Open. Really patient attack from Fettes, but the finish just wasn't there, and of course Strathallan are all over it on the rebound, and they bypass the midcourt so easily again. Good defence at goalkeeper by Fettes. It'll just be dropped off from the baseline by Strathallan. Again, chucking the dummy and then over the top instead. Wing attack peels off. Goal shooter runs a great line, but it's goal attack who ends up with it and finishes another one. Both Flora and Kira up top for Strathallan have been excellent so far. But Fettes College looking for a response. Their centre's moved to wing attack, and she's brought great energy to the game so far. Young Alex wants it on the return. Big hand in there from Strathallan again. Even at 18-7 up, they don't slow down in defence. There's still so much movement there, especially from goalkeeper. Sidestepping left and right. Always back to win that back for Strathallan. That's pretty excellent work. Textbook goalkeeping.
Absolutely, and it's those fast feet, and it's keeping that space your own as a goalkeeper. You know, that D is yours, and you want to be absolutely all over it and keeping that pressure really, really high, even on those moments. It's so hard to get an arm round without being called for contact in those moments. So a really impressive intercept from her, and you can see that on the smile on her face when she was able to feed it down. Not quite turned into a goal just yet, but nobody's home, and the goal shoots right under the post, sending it straight down the net. And it's another, no, it's a it's not another Strathallan centre. Oh no, it is a Strathallan centre.
Oh, good call, Charlotte. You got it right there. And the umpire needed a moment to return possession back to the hosts, who now lead by 19-7. Long pass again. It cuts through three defenders, that ball from wing attack to centre. And Strathallan had another 20 up again. They're racing towards that 50 goal mark already in this tournament. It's another victory for Strathallan. What a performance in the morning session so far. They are dominating the pool stage and they are in charge here. They are certainly through to the semi-finals. They'll be hoping to top the group with one more game to play. For Fettes College, they need another win to secure a place in the semis, but well, they've been soundly beaten by Strathallan, which, to be fair, Charlotte, is fair enough, because they are looking like the dominant team here today, although we are yet to take in Robert Gordon's College, who should be their closest challengers today over in the other pool.
Absolutely, and Fettes can take a lot from that game. There were some really impressive movements, and I thought actually towards the end, although the scoreline didn't reflect it in that second half, they were kind of figuring out what Strathallan were really doing in terms of cutting off some of those channels and really using the pockets and the corners and the edges and the wings a lot more effectively to get that ball in. So if they can take that forward to future games, you know, I think Fettes will do very well in some upcoming games. You know, a lot to take from that from both teams. But yeah, Strathallan overall just incredibly dominant, and yeah, nothing to really say about that scoreline.
20 points to 7. Strathallan claim another victory. It has been a fantastic start to the tournament for them. But we've got more action from the pool stages here at the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association Finals Day here at Strathallan, with our next game due to start in 10 minutes time. We'll be back in just a few moments to preview that one live here in Perthshire. So back in action here at the Sisna Open, live from Strathallan. It's the High School of Dundee back amongst it, and they're taking on the Glasgow Academy. Glasgow Academy looking for a victory here to keep their chances of making that semi-finals alive. Dundee in the same boat. Of course, we have another round of pool fixtures after this. We have 3 courts in play, keeping it alive. But it is Glasgow Academy in the purple and blue going from left to right against the red of Dundee. And it's a nice ball forward for Lathallan, who manages to find a pass through to the goal shooter, Isabel Kelly, who's amongst the scorers. Well, the High School of Dundee, they had a tough opening game against Strathallan, of course, who are looking in fine form. Glasgow Academy have a very short fixture list. They have not played a lot of netball compared to some of the other teams here, but that makes them a bit of an unknown quantity, Charlotte.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's always harder for them, the other team, to really know quite how they play. They might not see them at other tournaments that they might have seen the other teams at. And, you know, can take a little bit longer to kind of really settle into their style of play and play their game when you don't know who you're playing against. One thing's for sure is, you know, there's never a better game than 2 teams both looking for their first win.
It's great to see Dundee equalise as well. Here's Chloe Lathallan again, forced back to the attacking third by the umpire. Good interplay between Rowell and the centre, and Rowell will have an effort here to put the Glasgow Academy back ahead. Great start to the game here, a really close contest, and hoping to see a bit more of Dundee, because they did look impressive when they had possession, when they were able to play. Strathallan, of course, were just lightning quick at the back.
Yeah, it's often quite difficult to really tell kind of the full capacities of a team when they're playing against a team that is just so dominant. And it's really nice to see actually them kind of go for goal right now. Obviously, Glasgow have just got that intercept in that defensive D and moving it right up.
It might be a big interception as well, given how this game started so far. And that's a wonderful response from the Dundee goal defence. 2 interceptions then, so the game remains as close as it can be here. Really physical play from Blake, who's come flying up from wing defence, but unable to win it back. The High School of Dundee were watching on as Strathallan played Fettes in their last game, with Fettes still to play. And it's a great finish, and it's Ailey Payne who equalises here, and we're on for a great game, Charlotte.
Absolutely, it's really positive to see them both kind of getting the goals that they should be in terms of when you're starting with that centre. You know, you really should be getting those goals when you're starting with the ball, and they've kept that consistency.
Pops up unkindly there for Lathallan, but then it's played back in field by McDermott. Lathallan, good ball forward. Kelly wants it back from Lathallan. Great step from Kelly just to get away from Ibarra. Unfortunately, Ibarra goes down, but straight back to her feet and wins it back in the end. Great work from Elsie Ibarra. Johnson picks out Jess Reed, and it's Chloe Johnson at wing defence. Well, Strathallan wants it back. It's good movement in the end from Payne, looking to take the lead, charged down by Hegarty. But it will come for Emma Strathallan, who, for the first time in the game, has Dundee ahead.
Absolutely, although that, you know, intercept from the Glasgow goal defences put them back a little bit, just stop the momentum slightly if they can just keep it back. You know, really working on the edge of that D, that wing defence is, yeah, fantastic work from that wing defence to call the 3 seconds.
Good pressure from Blake, who's had a good start to the game for Glasgow. Lathallan with a take out from long range, but it's been stolen by Ugawucha, and then one back by Glasgow. Topsy-turvy game. Lathallan in a pocket of space, and then plenty for Rowley to operate in. First time ball, outstanding netball. Kelly slots it home to equalise. And despite the space they were in there, the quick hands from Glasgow Academy, they seared through, and it's looking to continue on that level here, but the umpire will slow things down for now. Good read from Johnson, just a little bit too slow to get the ball into McDermott's hands. And Johnson just goes traversing up the right wing. Payne Has to leave it for Johnson. What a grab that is! Right on the byline from Strathallan, who slots home, put Dundee ahead again, and they have centre pass as well after that topsy-turvy last few minutes or so. Reid, Johnson again. Really close to the timer there, just about gets it away in time, and Ailey Payne off target. And it comes off a Glasgow hand. Good work from Hegarty to slow things down. And again, Hegarty and Jess Lilly working an operation at the back here, really making Dundee work for it. But this could be a 2-point buffer for the first time in the game for Dundee. It eventually comes for Payne, who does score a really important point for the High School of Dundee.
Yeah, absolutely. Just taking even a minor lead just can give a bit of, confidence, momentum to a team. But, it hasn't deterred Glasgow at all as they go straight back and get another goal.
Oh, it's got to be tough when you've worked so hard for a single score, for the opposition to roll up the pitch so calmly there. And Kelly has another score. Here's Rowell, love cranks. Umpire's call goes Glasgow's way. Lilly, love cranks. Rowley makes a run, but it's stepping off from Kelly to open the space. What a pass. Tiana Rowell scores for Glasgow. And a centre pass for them as well as they go back level after a really impressive 2-point swing. Love cranks. Lovely ball to find Kelly, who looks to pop it off for Rowell, but it's been stolen away by Ibarra. And there's no one home for Glasgow. Oh, but that's such a shame, Charlotte, because it was a practically empty final third.
Absolutely, and it's that difficulty as well, because obviously the ball can't go over a third, and it was quick thinking from the goal attack to try and move herself in to get that ball, but just at the last second, slightly fumbled it.
Great physicality from Uguocha, but what an interception from Hegarty. And here's Love Cranks now for Glasgow Academy. Level 5 apiece, but that was a bit too nonchalant, and Cora Johnson can win it back. Reid all the way back now for Favour Uguocha. Johnson, good turn. And just fired in with real pace to Ailey Payne, who's had a fine start to the tournament across the 2 games. Herself and Strathallan did their best against Strathallan under really difficult circumstances. And Strathallan, Reid, Johnson just about keeps it under control for the High School of Dundee. It opens up for Payne, who'll take it on from range. It's a great finish. And the High School of Dundee goes 7-5 clear, and this would really open up the pool with Fettes College in the rear-view mirror of Glasgow Academy. They could really do with getting some points on the board here. And Kelly goes about that. It's a rapturous applause from the bench. I think they know how important it is that they stay in touching distance, Charlotte.
Absolutely. Staying within 2 points can make a massive, massive difference in a game of netball like this. And the control, even when you are slightly down in that shooting D, was absolutely fantastic from Glasgow there.
From the baseline, looking to create some space. Payne. It does come back to her. She'll leave it for Johnson, who's moved forward to wing attack, and it's just off target from the High School of Dundee. As we approach half-time, it is a really narrow contest here. Can Glasgow Academy equalise? Wonderful movement from Rowell, but it's punched away by Uguocha. Lovecrank sent back a few yards, closer to that attacking third. Again, Uguocha for a second time hunts down Rowell and wins it back. Still Glasgow persist from the sideline. It's a really good bit of movement from Kelly forward to drag Ibarra away and then step back to take the long ball. Charlotte, that's excellent work to get Glasgow Academy level again.
Absolutely, and you've really got to be in touch with your wing attacks and your centres for them to know exactly where you're going to go and where you want that ball placed, and that only really works. You've been working together for quite a while.
And Kelly has 2 opportunities to put Glasgow Academy in front, but they miss out, and the counter is on for the High School of Dundee. Strathallan. Oh, just about managing to stay on the right side of the line. Johnson. Fullerani again. Cora Johnson. And Fullerani puts them ahead, and that is a perfect example of just how tight this game is. A missed opportunity down one end lets Dundee take the lead at the other.
Absolutely, and you can feel the excitement from the Dundee team as it moved down, realising how they could get that final goal in before that half-time buzzer.
And it's another score for Emma Frualani right before the break to put the High School of Dundee ahead by a single point. What a game, our closest of the day so far, after Strathallan have been on excellent form to kick off the contest here at their home venue. Well, the pool stage still very much alive and kicking, with 2 spots in the semi-finals on the line here at the Sisna Open. And it's the Glasgow Academy who've looked strong at stages, currently behind by a single goal to the High School of Dundee. We'll be back in a few moments for that second half. So, centre pass soon to get underway ahead of a second half that still has everything in it here between the High School of Dundee and Glasgow Academy. HSD lead by 8-7, but it will be centre pass for Glasgow Academy in that purple and blue. Now right to left in this second half. High School of Dundee in the red, defending well to start the half. It's great work once again from Uguwichoa, who's been fantastic, and it hasn't taken them long here to get into a scoring position, and Dundee 2 ahead. Ailey Payne on the board again. What a start to the second half, Charlotte.
Absolutely, Dundee have just come out of the blocks and I know what they need to do. I'm not too sure what their coach said at the half time, but it's clearly worked. They know they have that 1 goal advantage and they want to just be pushing that, and I do think they caught Glasgow slightly off guard with how quickly they came out.
A great interception from Chloe Lovenkrantz, who is really tall for a centre and does not struggle at all on either side to the ball. Well, Lovenkrantz will play with it in this final third. Well, that was not really fair on Ibarra there. She had 2 to mark, completely split down the middle. In the end, some soft hands should open up the chance for Kelly here. Good finish. And we're back to a 1-point game. It's 9-8, but the High School of Dundee lead. Both teams desperate for a win as they hunt for a place in the semi-finals in a tough group, also including Strathallan and Fettes College, 2 previous champions here at the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association Open. Kelly, and we're level again. How quickly the game can change. Centre pass though for HSD and Johnson. And a little bit too eager in defence there, Glasgow Academy, so a chance for Uguocha. Johnson finds Fullerini, who picks out Payne. They make that look very simple, Charlotte, as they take the lead again.
Absolutely, and just kind of get themselves in a position where the Glasgow goalkeeper and defence don't exactly know how to defend it right under that post because there's so much pressure on there, and we're already back down to the Glasgow shooting D.
McDermott with a good ball, but it's been stolen back by the High School of Dundee. It deflects Kelly's way. He's off target this time. Good work at wing defence, but it will remain 10-9 in Dundee's favour. Well, it's a long route run by Uguocha, but she gets the call off the umpire. Johnson wants it on the return, but maybe just not expecting it there. Lovenkranks needs to move the ball here. Oh, really pushing that timer to the limit. And it's deflected. And it's great work to get back, even from that attacking position from Frualani. Good call. Space opened up. Frualani drifting away to the back, slapped away at wing defence by Glasgow Academy. Dundee would love another 2-point buffer here. Off target, but how close was that? It's going to come back for Glasgow Academy. This game really is on a knife edge.
Absolutely, and you've got to go for those long bombs, those long balls straight in, and be going for those goals even when you are a little bit further out. It didn't quite pay off, and sometimes it's going to be those tiny margins of errors. And Johnson, another intercept. She's been such a key player for Dundee this game.
But again, looking to race away down the right, just not getting the service she requires. I think Dundee have gotten away with one there. Glasgow Academy unable to keep a hold of possession. Johnson wants it back. It's Fullerani over the top instead for the other Johnson. Lucy. Clear from the umpire there. It's going to be a free pass from the edge of the D. And it pops up though for Glasgow. That's a huge turnover. Still within 1 point. McDermott did not want it on that short side, but McDermott was short of options. And Johnson again comes flying forward, really putting in the yards here. One back again for a second time by the Glasgow Academy. They're keeping themselves in this game by the barest of margins. Lovenkrands gets it on the return from the goal attack. Tiana Rowell and Kelly with a second chance here. Kelly can't take it. Glasgow Academy doing all the hard work. Just got to finish from there.
Absolutely, and it is getting scrappier, which is often the way with these games when there's absolutely nothing in it. Both teams just throwing themselves at the ball, and discipline slipping a little bit from both teams. Got some misplaced balls, we're getting a bit of contact, and we are struggling with that flooring a little bit. A couple more girls just falling over themselves slightly. Big round of applause from the Dundee bench because they know how important those last couple of calls have been. It's 10-9 in their favour. They would love that 2-point buffer again, but they've been cut out by Glasgow a few times. That's a lovely ball from Johnson to set up for Alani, who overcooks it. It is close. It is really close here. All a Hegarty. Blake. Good hands. And Blake's running onto it. Dundee get a hand to it, but it comes for Lovenkrands. Rowell. Lovenkrands. Kelly. Good movement. Still needs some options there, Kelly. And then steps back onto the outside of the goalkeeper and finishes first time to equalise. The pace of play from the goal shooter, Isabel Kelly, was outstanding there. And they've won it back again here, Glasgow. We're not done yet. Lovenkrands. Well, the defender's coming up here. Lily pushing forward, but the pass is off target. Just a little bit too keen to change the game that time. What a fixture, though. Not long to go here. Still thrilling. 10 apiece. Double figures for both teams. 10-all. Dundee desperate to take the lead again. Oh, it's a good ball from Reed, but it's just a little bit too much on it. Johnson looking to win it back, but Lily. And then Lovenkrands with a bit of space. Great movement from Rowell, but it's McDermott. Lovenkrands. Oh, it's a bit of a Hail Mary pass as they look to take the lead for what seems like the first time in an age, although Glasgow did start this game the fastest, if you could even remember the start of this fixture almost 20 minutes ago. Glasgow have it back again here. Lovenkrands, McDermott, pocket of space for wing attack. Kelly has to come towards the outside of the D. Lovenkrands, Rowell peels off, great movement
Tiana Rowell to put Glasgow ahead. That's a great finish under a lot of pressure.
And that was a long centre pass as well. You know, I wish we'd counted, because I definitely a couple of minutes it took for one team to score a goal. Both fighting so hard, and just slightly neither of them could finish off until Glasgow finally got it. But are we going to see another one as we are on the edge of the attacking D for Glasgow?
Well, Dundee were pushing for that 2-point buffer for the last 5 minutes or so. But it's Rowell who's put Glasgow in that position. It's 12-10 now that the Glasgow Academy lead. Good movement from Lily. Lovenkrands. Rowell. Lovenkrands again. Beautiful pass into the path of Kelly. But Rowell, what a second half she's having. Looking for a third goal, really perhaps to seal this game, given how close it's been. It will come back for Kelly from the baseline. Kelly. McDermott. Kelly on the spin. Oh, it's just undercooked this time, but it will fall for Rowell. Lovenkrands, patient play from Glasgow, who have the lead. How close to an interception was that for Dundee? In the end, it's another score, and surely Glasgow Academy can hold on from here. Ugwuocha was so close to a turnover. She feeds Frualani. Johnson comes flying forward. It deflects for Payne. Well, a goal might keep them in it. And Ailey Payne rolls it in off the front of the rim. Johnson with centre pass. Dundee come back alive after letting their lead slip. Johnson. It's a good idea, but it's not perfectly executed for Payne. Johnson. Frualani. With a great finish. We're back to a 1-point game. It's 13-12. Oh, we don't want this fixture to end. It's just going to run away from us here. It's Rowell. Johnson intercepts it and keeps it in play. What a moment that is. And comes off Blake, so here's Ugwuocha. Johnson. Reed rushes over to where the free throw was called. This is a great chance for Dundee here. It's Payne. Lovely pivot. Still got a lot to do here. But there's the equaliser. It's 13-all. And it will be a centre pass for Dundee as well. HSD on the front foot, looking to win this game. Johnson again. Slapped away by Lily, who keeps it alive. What a turnover. Lovenkrands. Lily. Lily on the loop. Glasgow Academy have let a 3-goal advantage slip. Lovenkrands. Oh, it comes for Kelly. She wasn't the target, but still a chance here for the Glasgow Academy. Oh, there's no time remaining. It's the final defensive intervention from favourite Ugwuocha, who brings the game to an end. Glasgow Academy had the chance there, but just hesitant in the end. But you've got to argue that a draw is probably the right result there.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams were just back and forth the entire time, and fantastic play from both sides. And yeah, I think a draw really represents the quality that both teams showed. And you know, in the final moments, really they kept pushing. Even when either team was down 2-3 points, they didn't give up and yeah, brought it back to a draw. And I think a game that both teams can be really proud of.
It's absolutely our best game of the day here after 2 big wins for Strathallan. But well, that's a result that perhaps only us as neutrals and Fettes College will enjoy, because that may well have sealed their spot in the semi-final if they can claim a win in their last game of the pool stages. That will be over on court 2. Still all to play for as we head into our final round of pool fixtures. But what a game! 13-all between Glasgow Academy and the High School of Dundee. We've got one last game from the pool stages to play, and it's due in about 10 minutes' time. Centre pass at 10:45. Our first chance to take in Robert Gordons, who are certainly front runners alongside the host Strathallan for the Sisna Open. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. We're back then for our final round of pool fixtures, live here from Strathallan for the Sisna Open. And it's a group decider in many ways. 2 wins from 2 for Robert Gordons, who are the second record champions, just behind Strathallan. They've lost the final for the last 3 seasons to the women in navy and gold, but they'll be hoping to make it through as group winners here when they take on MES, Mary Erskine's. That's Mary Erskine's in the navy with a tartan trim, taking on RGC, Robert Gordon's College, in the blue and navy, going right to left on the offensive in this first half. Charlotte alongside me, and well, they've yet to really be challenged. Robert Gordon's, we knew they'd be one of the top teams here, but Mary Erskine's, well, they should do a real job on them here. This should be a great game.
Absolutely, we can see that in the opening moments. You know, Robert Gordon's getting it down but not being able to get it in, and Mary Erskine's taking absolute advantage of that and taking it right back to their shooting area, moving it around that D. And are we... Oh, fantastic intercept from Robert Gordon's there. Great
start for Megan Miller in goal for Robert Gordon's College. Long ball forward, an ambitious one, trying to pick out Sofia Huerta-Naban. But it is a great finish from Huerta-Naban, and Robert Gordon's College are in front at the start of this first half. 10-minute halves, of course, in the pool stages. It just slips through the fingers of Alex Walker. But a bit of a let-off there for Mary Erskine's. Do love the netball skirts on Mary Erskine's with the tartan trim and the tartan finish as well on their positions. It's well, it's certainly a different outlook here, but they're not at the moment able to make much use of their attacking positions. Pottinger at wing attack just delays the pass and then puts it over the top. What a grab by Beckham. And all of a sudden it's 1-0 to Robert Gordon's. A little bit of a slow start to this one, in all fairness. Charlotte, just a slight delay on things getting rolling here. I think both sides know this is a big game for them.
Absolutely, and you can see that a little bit in the discipline, and that's why I've had a bit of a stop-start. A lot of calls of contact and discipline that needs to be, girls need to be pulled out the game for 2 seconds.
But in the meantime, it's Robert Gordon's College going 2 up. Popped over the top from Huerta-Naban. Cook. Well, it's good defence to begin with by Freya Hook, and then it deflects right back to Huerta-Naban, who scores another. It's 3 up for Robert Gordon's. Well, they flew through the early stages of this game, of this tournament, I should say. 2 wins from 2, expecting a tougher time of things here against Mary Erskine, who have started well. Walker, nice ball wide for Cook. Or Conlin, I should say, in the centre. Oh, it's great defence again from Tulloch. What a read. And Robert Gordon's again keep this clean sheet intact, and Tulloch goes racing up the field as well. Pretty outstanding defence from Robert Gordon's. It's what you see from the top sides here at the Sisna Open.
Absolutely, it's a very fast game. You know, we're moving up and down absolutely rapidly from both teams, but it's really Robert Gordon's that are really able to have those really decisive movements and placements on their feet to really be in control of where they're putting those balls.
Robert Gordon's looking to make headway at the other end of the field. And it's a lovely finish from Huerta-Naban, who started this decisive game really well. Pottinger gets it back. Pottinger, just about. Oh, great interception. Up goes the hand from Freya Hook to turn it over for Mary Erskine, and Walker flies up the court. Big chance here for them with a little bit of a broken field. That's a fantastic pass. And it's a great finish from Anne Narogi. Narogi comes deep this time for a bit of work. Walker with a long ball. And Robert Gordon's disjointed at the back. And it's 4-2 now. Well, twice they've hit back, first through Narogi and then through Kernahan. But Robert Gordon's with centre pass will look to re-establish some order. Wow, the game just starting to slip for Robert Gordon's College. You can't be complacent in a tournament like this.
Absolutely, and they're mistiming some of those balls, which is Mary Erskine's are really taking advantage of, and that's the real difference of them getting back in the game. They're taking their time, they're placing their shots, and there we go, Robert Gordon's got it back.
Well, Miller, as she started the game, popping up with another massive interception. And the umpire's call is favourable for Georgina Tulloch. Hutchinson, nice ball. Pottinger. Oh, it's a wonderful grab from Sophia Herter-Aban. Oh, what somehow kept in play by Sasso Igbecken. But at the third time of asking, Robert Gordon's College get over. Well, they're into the Scottish Cup final, Robert Gordon's. Strathallan beaten at the semi-final stage. But unfortunately not able to make it all the way through to that big tie. Beaten by Atkinson's High School, I believe it is, from the Isle of Skye. But they're under a bit of pressure here from Mary Erskine. It's 5-3 now. Pottinger, nice ball. Herter-Aban. Full of goals today. Herter-Aban, and 6-3 now. But a centre pass for Cook, for Conlin, I should say, and Mary Erskine's. Apologies to the two centres, mixing them up as the game has gone on here. Walker on the spin, lovely take, and a great ball as well. Narogi, comes back off the rim, and is claimed by Miller. Tulloch, Pottinger, just skips out the whole centre of the court. Herter-Aban, Pottinger drifts off to the right wing. And eventually the umpire's call goes the way of Robert Gordon's. Herter-Aban. Peeling off goes Cook. Slapped away fantastically well by Freya Hook. It's popped up a couple of times in big areas, and Hook finds Walker. Wonderful work at goal defence to transition all the way up the park. It's a good effort from Kernahan, but can't find its target. And in the end, regathered by Miller again. Walker, big interception. 4-on-3 at the top end of the court, but Mary Erskine can't take advantage. It's a game of narrow margins. Charlotte, another big interception, and then a response from Cook. But this game really could go either way still, despite the lead for Robert Gordon's.
Absolutely, Mary Erskine has kept it up their end for the last 30-odd seconds, really bringing it back up even when it goes down. But Miller is absolutely dominating that kind of defensive space. That she really is calling that her own and not letting them get into the post for a shot.
Tulloch, long ball for Pottinger again. Those two working in great combination. Elizabeth Cook, too much on it this time. And Mary Erskine will still have to defend from the sideline. Igbecken, Cook, Herter-Aban. Another excellent finish. It's a very congested area of the court. Both goal mouths have been difficult to find any space in, but they made it look very simple there, Robert Gordon's, and they've won it back as well from the centre pass.
Yes, and one thing about Robert Gordon's, which is always fun to see, is whenever that goal attack gets that ball, the mid-court actually move back to restart the centre pass because they are so confident she's about to get it in.
And indeed, it's Cook looking to find a player in space. Nice ball, Igbecken. Robert Gordon's just starting to take control of this tie as they look to complete a perfect record. We'll have to take a look at results elsewhere to see where that leaves Mary Erskine, having not seen as much of this pool as we have the one that includes the likes of Fettes, Strathallan, Dundee High School. Pottinger, it's just fired in with great pace towards Sophia Herter-Aban. Pottinger really backs her two players in the attacking third to keep a hold of that ball. It was a good pass to Cook. But it's Herter-Aban for Robert Gordon's. 9-3. This game was really close in the build-up, but all of a sudden it's completely turned towards the end of the first half. Pottinger, another great ball. Huerta-Raban, Pottinger again. Well, as a wing attack, her work in the final third and in the mid-court, her range of passing has been absolutely outstanding, Zara Pottinger.
Absolutely, and you can just tell those set plays in those channels. She knows exactly where both her centre and her attackers need her to be at all times, and she's just moving that ball absolutely everywhere. Her movement's been absolutely fantastic.
Walker with a great pass and a good chance for Emma Kernahan. Really needed that score. 10-4 before the break, but Mary Erskines have the final say of the first half, and that is important, Charlotte.
Absolutely, and that first half seems to have gone by in no time at all. It's been an incredibly quick game from both teams. Even obviously there is a 6-point deficit between the two, but Mary Erskines has still been moving that ball frantically up and down, same as RGU.
Well, RGC, last season's finalists, beaten on 3 occasions by Strathallan here at the Sisna Open, are on top at half-time after running away with things towards the latter stage of that first 10. Mary Erskines with a late score, still very much in the contest. We'll be back for the last 10 minutes of the group stages. Just a few moments' time, live here from Strathallan. Thank you. It's really weird commentating this place. Usually we're like, it's just, huh? Yeah, we're usually against the fielders ourselves. Now I'm like, right, just like, oh, but I'm glad you enjoy it. But yeah. Back for the second half here. 10 minutes for Mary Erskine to get back in the game. But it's Robin Gordon's college in the light blue and navy going left to right in this first half. In the second half, I should say, as Huerta-Raban picks up where she finished the first half by scoring another. Mary Erskine's in that navy and tartan with especially the tartan letters. We were just saying that not all umpires would allow that kind of trim, but I'm glad they've been able to play with the tartan positions today.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just a little bit hard on the visibility, especially when the speed they're moving at, which is very quick right now as we're heading right back down, playing it back to the goal keep. Nice little bit of support on the line there.
It's Miller who stepped up from goalkeeper to goal defence, and it's a fantastic pass for Huerta-Raban. Off target this time, but Huerta-Raban taking it right above her head, as she's often asked to do by her wing attack Pottinger, who fires these passes in. What a weapon at goal attack. But a chance over the top from Iris Conlin. It's a great ball. Narogi scores. So we're 1-1 in the second half, but 11-5 as things stand. Robert Gordon still very much in control. Pottinger. Cook. Miller. Georgina Tulloch and Miller have just swapped goal defence and goalkeeper at the end of the first half as Huerta-Raban scores another. She's been clinical so far, Charlotte. Absolutely. She can really score from anywhere. I mean, I feel like she actually prefers it not quite under the post, but a little bit further out in terms of the angle of her shots. You know, can be a little bit difficult under that post sometimes, but yeah, she's a very versatile player and able to go from wherever she is needed to. bit of a coach killer for Mary Erskine, who give up possession from centre pass, and at 12-5 down, we can't really afford to give the ball away so easily. Sasso Agbekan scores another. They're pretty clinical, Robert Gordons, and they'll use their own centre pass. It's Pottinger again. Well, the post there just getting in the way of Agbekan. So from the baseline, good ball out from Zara Nwenya. But it's been won back. Huerta-Aban, despite top scoring in this game, still racing back to get stuck in defensively. Miller, Pottinger. Well, plenty of space for Huerta-Aban, just leaning in between the two defensive players, and scores another. Good ball from Elizabeth Cook. Mary Erskine's with another centre pass. Walker, loads of space for Narogi. Conlin, good pass from Iris Conlin to set up the chance, but Kernahan just can't finish it off. And the break is on here for Miller. Pottinger. Robert Gordon's back in control, really, after a decent start to the first half for Mary Erskine's, but against a side of this quality, the smallest of mistakes can be exploited. Walker, what a pass, and some great movement from Narogi. It's not an easy finish at all. It's just off target. And Robert Gordons will fly up the other end. What do you make of the start of this second half? The pace of play, Charlotte, remains as high as it could be.
Absolutely, and Mary Erskines are definitely pushing a lot harder in that second half. You know, as said, the goals have been a lot closer, but just the deficit from that first half is just, they're still, 9 goals down, even if they are putting everything into this, and just slightly on their shooting stats, just a little bit lower than the RGC, but they're still pushing all they can, and a fantastic defensive move from the goal attack there.
Narogi can't keep a hold of it. This is our final game of the pool stages. We're straight into the semi-finals after this, where the first and second side from each pool will be in contest. It's looking at the moment to be Robert Gordons, who are going 3 from 3. They're awaiting Strathallan, but not at the semi-final stage. They'll meet in the final, as they have for the last 3 seasons here. Walker just can't keep it in play this time. Alex Walker, who's been really busy at wing attack. Be a 4th title in a row for Strathallan. They've done that twice before in the past, in the mid-90s and the early 2000s. And Robert Gordons have also pulled off 4 in a row, most recently. But it's a real sign of a dominant couple of age groups, as Strathallan had. Their current 6th form group were national champions under 15s a couple of years ago, catching a few Edinburgh Academy players on their way out. Cook, Huerta-Aban. 15-6. Is there a way back into this game for Mary Erskine? They've got to use these centre passes a little bit more efficiently.
Absolutely, they took great advantage of a RGC mistake just a moment ago, and actually, if they can continue doing that and just exploiting mistakes, there could be, teams have come back from a lot more, and they just got to keep exploiting those mistakes, keep their own clinical. A little bit of frustration there from RGC, and again, take advantage of that. They're in the heads a little bit. Keep up that momentum, and we can see where they can go.
Walker under real pressure from Shauna Smith at wing defence. Hook. Walker. Tapped away by Tulloch. Great work to win it back in the end from Megan Miller. That's those two linking up again. They might have swapped positions at the break, but they're still really solid at the back for Robert Gordons.
Absolutely, and just even, taking it from that back line, holding it, the hold on it is really, really impressive, especially when there are a couple of umpire calls going on, taking it back to the goalkeeper, moving it back up, a little bit of pressure, so we just take it back again.
They are very patient in play, even if Alex Walker's herring after the Robert Gordons defenders. 15-6 as things stand. It's another dominant win to close out the group stages for Strathallan on court 2, while Fettes are currently ahead against the High School of Dundee. So it looks like Fettes and Strathallan are both going to progress. This is the final game in the other pool, and it's Robert Gordons who will be through to the semi-finals. As things stand, 16-6. Well, two players flying forward, but in the end, it's great defensive work from Zara Nwenya. Well, what an interception! Or in fact, just an excellent take from Pottinger. But in the end, Nwenya can build from the baseline for Mary Erskine. What a ball for Narogi. Interception by Shauna Smith, but it is going to come still for Kernahan. Twice off the rim, but it doesn't roll in for Mary Erskine. Sometimes the luck just isn't on your side, Charlotte.
Absolutely, and that's for those. The rims of the nets can just be an absolute nightmare. You know, one time it'll go your way. You know, in some ways the post is that eighth player, as the famous saying in netball. But you know, the eighth player for which your side or the other side is the always the key question.
Flung back in field by Cook, who was falling off the edge of the court, and then Huerta Aban just can't finish this time. Good to know she's human. The goal attack. Conlin, nice ball again from Iris Conlin. Narogi, Walker. Narogi on the return, beaten to it by Megan Miller. Fantastic defence again from Robert Gordons, even 10 points up. Narogi might look to take it on from there. What a finish!
Sometimes when that defence is just so impenetrable, you've just got to go for that long ball, and the defence is doing a really good job by keeping her out and making those difficult decisions for those shooters of where they're going to go from. But sometimes, you know, the shooters take it and it absolutely pays off. There's not much you can do about that. But you know, the defence is still working so hard, even with such a goal advantage.
Narogi for Mary Erskine makes it 16-8. The gap closed a touch, down to 8 points. But maybe not time for Robert Gordons to let this lead slip. Pottinger, good movement from Agbekan, who scores another. Narogi, lovely work on the turn from Kernahan. Ooh, bit of a coming together there between Kernahan and Tulloch. She's straight back to her feet and happy to play on. Again, more contact there on Iris Conlin. The physicality's just stepped up a little bit there. And unfortunately, I think there was a bit of a knock, unfortunately, for Emma Kernahan. So we'll play on here and the changes will quickly be made. They're playing rapid changes here. And I do feel for Kernahan there because she's hit the ground pretty hard, but is thankfully receiving the attention she requires down on the sideline as Huerta Aban adds another. It's 18-8, that 10-point deficit restored. And the Strathallan coaching staff in attendance have come alive and are looking to get Kernahan the help she needs as the match does come to an end. And indeed, Robert Gordons put themselves in a really promising position at the back end of that first half. And they managed to hold on after the break, eventually going 10 points ahead and keeping control. Mary Erskine beaten. But fine performance by Mary Erskine against a very strong Robert Gordon side, who are now national champs in waiting. But here at Sisna, they've still got a long way to go. They're into the semi-finals, but those semi-finals soon to get underway. Well, we will be back live here at the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association Open for our first knockout game of the tournament in about 12 minutes' time. We'll go and find out who exactly is playing, but I'm fairly certain it's going to be Robert Gordon's College back in action against Fettes on court 1. But we'll get that confirmed for you in just a few moments' time. Well, welcome back then to the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association semi-finals, where Strathallan over on court 2 will be taking on Mary Erskine for a spot in the final. But here on court 1, it's Robert Gordon's college taking on Fettes College. Fettes, who were beaten by Strathallan to finish second in their pool, facing Robert Gordon's, who we just see beaten Mary Erskine's in that group decider. Should be a great game between two well-established former champions. Robert Gordon's college, who have lost the previous 3 finals to Strathallan, looking to make yet another as the second most successful side in the history of this competition. And I'm delighted to be joined for this crucial game by Sally Sanderson, the Director of Netball at the University of St Andrews and, tournament sponsor today as well. Sally, as the game is levelled up here at 1-1, or just 2-1 in Robert Gordon's favours, how have you enjoyed the Sisna Open so far?
Oh, it's been so exciting here at Strathallan. So some great play from both teams here. Robert Gordon's at the minute really utilising that pocket drives there, and a lovely shot to make this equal now. So
Robert Gordon's race out in front. It's been a great tournament so far for Sofia Huerta-Raban, who has it back again. Huerta-Raban over the top for Cook. And it's in for Agbecken. We've just taken in this talented Robert Gordon side as they beat Mary Erskine's quite comfortably in the end. Agbecken adds a 4th. What a start. It's 4-1 in Robert Gordon's college's favour. So they've gone on some mazy runs before. They've won the title on numerous occasions since 1993. They're the only other team to have won the title more than once here today, other than Fettes College, who've had just a single win in 2012. And they've also managed to match up Strathallan on the title run that the hosts are currently on, having previously won 4 or 5 tournaments in a row. However, a bit of a dry spell in recent years for Robert Gordon's, who have just managed to turn it over for a second time of asking. It's Cook. Pottinger, once again linking up with Huerta-Raban, who finishes it cleanly. And, this is such a good start for Robert Gordon's.
Absolutely, Robert Gordon's are looking amazing out here. Really impressed with their defensive pressure that they're putting on right from that centre pass there. We've seen some 3 overs, some double overs, so they're looking brilliant.
Well, Huerta-Raban and Pottinger have such a fantastic connection. Centre pass though for Fettes as Seeger will lay it off instead. For the wing defence, Jemima McClay, Seeger, good work at centre. And then on the spin, should be a chance for Murray. Oh, it's off target. That's such a shame. Pottinger, and look how quickly Robert Gordon's fly down the other end. Sofia Huerta-Raban with a wonderful take. And that's devastating stuff, really, from Robert Gordon's. They have just, in 2 or 3 passes, gone right from the other one end of the court to the other.
Absolutely, they're utilising that second balls all throughout the court, which is so impressive to see. That long bomb there into the shooter, absolutely brilliant from them.
It's good work from Quessa to disrupt at goalkeeper, but the chance will come here for Huerta-Raban. And in that top scorer race, along with the goal shooter for Strathallan, Huerta-Raban just edging out in front. Seeger. Oh, that's almost a bit of a coach killer there for Fettes, but in fact the umpire's call does go their way. Seeger, wide to Weir. And it's great goalkeeping again from Megan Miller, who was outstanding in their group decider against Mary Erskine just a few minutes ago. Seeger, assessing her options, looks to go wide, sort of forcing her wing attack out there, but the pass just wasn't quite on this time, Sally.
Not quite, no. They're struggling to get ball side against this Gordon's defence set up here in the end third, but trying to work through. But ultimately that Robert Gordon pushing wide worked brilliantly in their favour there.
Pottinger, 2 to pick out in the final attacking D for Robert Gordon's. It's another great take from Huerta-Raban. Did take a step over the baseline, but umpire's call allowed her to reset and slot it home. And all of a sudden it's 9-1 in Robert Gordon's college's favour. What a start to the game. Robert Gordon's college are all over this Fettes side at the moment.
Absolutely. I thought that might have been a tactical change there for Fettes. Oh, it is. We'll see if this makes a difference. Oh no, she's off at the side.
Well, it was
there.
a slight injury. I think it's just a scrape on the knee.
Okay.
So a change had to be made. And, well, pretty clinical from Robert Gordon's.
Absolutely.
Well, finally the change is being made here. So there aren't really any stoppages in this competition in terms of substitutes. It's just sort of rolling subs, as it was done at the in Dubai recently, where Strathallan attended one of the international schools comps. Seeger. McClay. Oh, it's been picked off. Great interception, and there's no one left at the back really for Fettes there, but fantastic work by the new goalkeeper on for Fettes just to do enough to disrupt, because that was a 3-on-1.
Absolutely. I think Robert Gordon's really utilising that speed down there, but ultimately that defensive pressure from Fettes there with that change up really has made a difference. So it's just working through that.
Fettes looking to build something down the left wing. They're 10-1 down here in the semi-final to Robert Gordon's, who have been absolutely unbeatable so far across their 2 games on court 1. Good read. Flying across to make the interception there. Hutchinson just knocks it off the court, and into play comes Weir. Down the line for Fettes, but it's loose, and it will be cleaned up by Megan Miller. Some good play here from Fettes, but just not the final pass thereafter.
Absolutely. I think that defensive pressure was great there, but ultimately set up a bit too high and just allowed Robert Gordon's there to come through in that middle third to take it to goal.
Well, blink or you'll miss. Robert Gordon's College heading through the centre of the court. It's Huerta with another fine finish. It's 11-1 in favour of last season's finalists and this season's National Cup finalists. Huerta a little off balance, manages to stay in play despite the pressure from Izzy Duncan. Oh, and off target. But straight away, Robert Gordon's come alive in defence, which doesn't miss very often, Huerta, but when Robert Gordon's College don't convert, they transition immediately into defence. Their mindset just completely changes.
Absolutely, without a question. There's so good instant pressure from them, and it's ultimately allowing them to turn over a ball. If it's not in the middle third, it's down at the end third, but that early pressure is really, really helping out Robert Gordon's College defence there.
Pottinger, Cook, over the top, Huerta, and they make it look very simple. It is another score. It is 12-1 before the break. And Fettes looking for a reply. Seeger, it's been picked off by Cook. And 2 passes, and immediately they're in a threatening area. Sasso Agbekan looks to go wide. Cook, Agbekan. Well, how do you stop a team in flow like Robert Gordon's?
Oh, it's so difficult. They're doing everything right. They're doing that instant pressure. When they convert, there's no hesitation. Somebody in the attacking ends up there on the drive looking for that long ball. It's just putting on that early pressure, a bit more hands over, maybe some doubles we need to see there. Transition to zone defence possibly for Fettes if we need to try something different against this really strong Robert Gordon's team.
Seeger still working hard at centre, but it's been picked off by Cook, and Huerta flies into the D and is right under the net for surely another score. It's 14-1. Robert Gordon's College in control. Seeger working really hard for Fettes, but it's just not clicking for them going forward at the moment. Mitchum came really deep to get some work. Back to goalkeeper instead. Good physicality to battle away with things there. Picked off by Cook again. And one ball forward puts Sasso Agbekan in for another score. It's 15 to Robert Gordon's College. Just the one for Fettes so far. Pottinger. Well, that's just route 1, netball. And Agbekan can benefit. Well, the rate of scoring only increasing as we head towards half-time, Sally.
Absolutely brilliant here from Robert Gordon's. They're not missing anything. The defensive pressure's on, the speed in the attack, just the vision there to go in for those intercepts is amazing to watch.
Well, Cook was stumbling, tried to play it back, but it's straight back with Fettes. That's a great recovery from Murray. But there's not a lot of movement in there, and eventually it does come from Mitchum. Good work, Mitchum on the return from Seeger. It's Back to Seeger. Miller reaches out, but Mitchell with a chance. And Fettes are on the board for only the second time. But it's 16-2. And it's good to get a score right before the break. But it's still a long way back for them in this semi-final.
Absolutely. I think at the end there, that patience they utilised in their attack and third was brilliant. So if we can see more of that from Fettes in this second half, I think that would set them well.
At half-time in our first knockout game at the Sisna Open here at Strathallan, it is last season's finalists and this season's Scottish Cup finalists, Robert Gordon's College, who have one foot in that grand finale, which will be live here on Court 1 at 12:30. They lead by 16-2 against Fettes College, the only other former champions in the competition, alongside Strathallan, who are 7-4 up over on Court 2 against Mary Erskine. We'll be back for the second half of the semi-final in just a few moments' time. Back for the second half then in this Cup semi-final, live here at the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association Open at Strathallan, the home of the champions. It is Fettes College who are down but not out here with 10 minutes still to play against Robert Gordon's College, last year's finalists, and the second most successful side in the competition's history. Fettes in the pink now going right to left. What a start for goal defence Izzy Duncan, who's just worked so hard to get Fettes up the field. Chance for them in the early stages. It's Duncan back with it. Fettes trying to unlock this incredible defence. Flying forward comes Tulloch. And Sally Sanderson, the director of netball at St Andrews, is alongside me for this one. Really impressed by Robert Gordon's in that first half.
Oh, absolutely. Clinical, clean, everything we love to see in a game of netball. Really putting the pressure on Fettes from the off there. So looking forward to see what this next half brings.
Fantastic ball from the goal shooter in the build-up there for Fettes. But then, unfortunately, put down. So it's going to be Tulloch looking to drive forward. It's loose in mid-court. That's rare for Robert Gordon. So Fettes will do their best to react. And here's Miller, who's moved from goalkeeper to goal defence. Plenty of changes at half-time for Robert Gordon's. They are 16-2 in front. Pottinger's moved to centre. Emily Gunn's on at wing defence. Lilia Sheed's on at goalkeeper. Emily Moore at wing attack. And Huerta Aban and Agbecken continue up top. And here is Huerta Aban with another fine finish. Huerta Aban may well be the best shooter here today at the Sisna Open. Big call early. You must have seen some really talented players across the day.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a wealth of talent here at Strathallan today. Absolutely agree. This shooting circle here for Robert Gordon's is absolutely amazing. They're moving well. They're utilising a holding circle and a moving circle. So loads and loads of talent here on the court.
Great pass from Moore to set up Huerta again. It's 18-2. Robert Gordon's College, despite all their changes, have not locked up here at all. What a take by Agbekan. And an even better finish as they approach that 20-point mark. It's really close over on court 2 between Strathallan and Mary Erskine, and considering Robert Gordon's put Mary Erskine to the sword, especially in that second half, it's looking good at the moment for the side that have not won the title in a number of years, with Strathallan looking to go 4 on the bounce. The last time Robert Gordon's College claimed a win was in 2022. Moore has had a good start since coming on. Pottinger still working hard, moving from wing attack to centre. Huerta, of course, finishes it off. What a day of netball it's been so far. Great advert for the game and for Scottish netball going forward. 10th in the world. The Thistles, a developing programme all the time. Of course, the head coach of the Scotland team is here today as well, which is not really a secret anymore since she's been spotted by about every coach.
Absolutely. So amazing to have that Scottish representation here. Kath's been brilliant for netball in Scotland. It's amazing to see her here today to identify some new talent that we've got on show. So absolutely brilliant for the coaches and players involved.
Well, one of the Fettes players just takes a tumble, unfortunately. It's the talented goal defender Izzy Duncan, who's just taken a bit of a knock and will leave the field. But great performance from her so far. So the changes will be made. We've had a couple of players stumble on the surface today. Thankfully, it's a little bit softer than what some of these girls are used to, which is good, because there's been a few knocks taken throughout the afternoon. Absolutely.
I mean, these games are highly contested, so we're bound to have that physicality, but it's been absorbed relatively well from a few of these players, and really good that the sport's at that level with this age group already, and they're being exposed to that physicality.
21-2. Robert Gordons continue to lock this game up. But a chance for Mitchum, and it's taken. And they are on the board in the second half. 21-3. Fettes score as Moore and Pottinger fly down the left wing, and Huerta. We talked about the surface in the opening of the tournament, but it'll be interesting to get your take on it, Sally. It's a different playing surface, really. This is a multi-sports venue, of course, for Strathallan, but netball, one of its main sports now, with Louisa Walker coming in as the director of netball, good and proper, a few years ago. But yeah, very interesting place to play netball.
Yes, absolutely. I've never sort of seen courts like this in my years of coaching, but the players seem to be adapting really, really well. And like you say, relatively soft for tumbles, and nice that we've got clear netball lines on here. Usually the courts have lines for all sports, so it's brilliant for the players just to have a relatively clear netball court to play on. So great in that respect.
23-3, Robert Gordon's back on the scoreboard, and with centre pass as well. Pottinger, Moore, great take from Emily Moore, and it's a good interception from Fettes, who can work their way up the park. Seeger, this is good work, and they're making plenty of yards in attack, but back comes Pottinger to get stuck in. What a game that she's had, Zara Pottinger, moving from wing attack into centre. It's a classic combo, but to go from wing attack into centre, to have to sort of pick up the pace of play, it's pretty difficult, especially in a big semi-final like this.
Totally. I can absolutely see why they've made the change, though. I think she was instrumental in some intercepts and wing attack in that first half, which is fairly unusual for a wing attack. They're usually focused on their sort of attack and play in that end third, but she was adding great defensive pressure, and she's done the same in centre, which has been brilliant. Some key turnovers there for her.
Fettes College get the score, and Seeger has centre pass, and this is a good period of the semi-final for them. They've had their moments across the game so far, but on the whole have been unable to keep pace with Robert Gordon's, but it's good control under real pressure. But a round of applause for Lilia Sheed, I should say, who's come on in the second half and locked it down at goalkeeper. Again, Sheed trying to make a mess of things. Mitchum, just enough to put her off. It's good work.
I've been impressed with Fettes, though, in this second half. They obviously had a good team talk at half-time. Their defensive pressure has been better. They've been getting ball side more. They look like they've got kind of a more sense of urgency to get that ball into their shooters in this half. So brilliant for them to come on and immediately get that interception as well off the pocket ball. So it's great to see.
23-5. Make that 24 for Robert Gordon's. Can be so difficult when you're down by such a deficit at half-time, but Fettes have clearly responded really well.
Totally. I think it's really good to see. Great attitude out here on the netball court. Like you say, it can be really difficult when you feel like the game's already gone to come back out and be strong, but they're trying their best. They've implemented some key changes there. I've seen more hands over. I've seen more double plays on that ball as well, so lovely to see from Fettes as well. And I love the fact that Robert Gordon's College aren't giving up either. They're coming out as strong as ever and giving Fettes a really, really good game here.
Of course, after this game we have a playoff fixture for the sides who finish in the bottom two in the pool stages to find out the full rankings here at the Sisna Open, and then we're on to the grand final. Oh, it's been tapped away, that wing defence. It's good work from Fettes again. Still working hard in defence despite the scoreline, 24-5 in Robert Gordon's favour. Popped over the top. And then another lovely pass, but it just drifts away from Hurter-Aban. Good work from Sasso Agbeken. It's a shame they didn't immediately get their award, but Hurter-Aban fixes up well and quarter-a-century reach for Robert Gordon's.
Absolutely. I mean, that ball that was just sent there, that's always a difficult ball from the pocket. As Louisa Walker always says, you should never send an over ball from the pocket. So we've seen that today. The angles are really difficult there, but Goal Attack handled that brilliantly and was able to get the payoff in the end. So amazing from them.
Of course, she would have crossed paths with Louisa Walker when she was still at the University of Worcester and at England as coach of England University side as well. Now here at Strathallan, it's a good get for Strathallan.
Oh, absolutely. I'm lucky enough to coach with her on a Friday evening as well for our London Pulse Academy here. So already learnt loads from Louisa, and it's great to be working with her and Crystal and Scott here at Strathallan as well. So we've got some Pulse Pathway players playing here. So it's amazing to see them with their sort of different teams and not working together at Pulse.
But for now, it's pressure kept on by Robert Gordon's as they added a few more to the board. In the meantime, it's 28-5 they now lead. More over the top. It's a little switch between goal shooter and goal attack that opened up the defence, and it's yet another finish from Sophia Hurter-Aban. Centre pass to come from well, I think it's back onto the field, Elizabeth Cook. Cook over the top. Agbekan, fair enough to give Pottinger a break before the final. What a game she's had. Seeger. Fettes still in the game here. But indeed, not enough time for them to leave their final mark on the contest. Knocked out at the semi-final stage, the former champions from 2012 will go no further here at the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association Open. Our grand final has been set over on Court 2. Strathallan have just about managed to get through against Mary Erskine. Great performance by Mary Erskine off the back of a tough game against Robert Gordon's. And it's Robert Gordon's who are winners here in the end by 30-5. An outstanding performance by them, Sally, and they'll really have an eye on this trophy, which they haven't won since 2022.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is shaping up to be an extremely exciting final here, especially on the back of that outstanding performance by Robert Gordon's there. Just like I said, clean, clinical, utilising that first-second balls, the speed down the court and the reaction time from all the girls was absolutely brilliant there.
We're on to our penultimate game up next. And it is going to be a playoff fixture featuring Lathallan on the live stream for the first time after missing out on the opening game of the day. It'll be good to see them with their chance to shine here at the Sisna Open. We'll be back for that penultimate game of the day at 11:55 in about 10 minutes' time.
We know them quite well, so I think it'd be nice if they won this game. Yeah.
Yeah, I know a few members from high school at Dundee as well, so I think it's going to be quite an interesting match to watch and hopefully quite competitive.
Absolutely, and Lathallan's taken an early lead with two goals to nil as we open up this half, pushing again into the D, slightly taking it back out to the wing attack. And goal attack sending it in for 3 goals to nil. What do you think Dundee needs to do to pull this back and kind of get past this deficit?
I think some zonal marking would be quite good, just making sure to keep like an eye on all the players from Lathallan and be able to predict where the ball's going to go and shut down that option. That should help them out, but just keep the defensive pressure up.
Yeah, they've definitely got the height over Lathallan, but Lathallan seem to be kind of running away with it. They've got quite a lot of pace, speed players, so they just,
Absolutely, and obviously 2 goals down. There's not still all in it as in the opening minutes of this half. Fantastic, just Johnson taking it onto the edge of the D. Been a really important player for Dundee this entire tournament. Played, I think, every game. I think the whole time as well. Lathallan, really defensive power there from the wing defence. Not quite enough to keep it out of a penalty. Dundee going for the shot again. Second time manages it. It's really important to keep those rebounds. What positions do you girls play, and what kind of insight can you give on what's going on this court right now?
So I'm mostly wing attack, wing defence, but I've done a bit of centre today. I think the wing attack for Lathallan, I play with her quite regularly, so we play quite similar, so it was definitely funny playing against her, but it's just important to get those centre passes nailed and make sure we're always getting our own ones and turning over where we can.
And I play centre and defence, wing defence, sometimes circle defence like today. So I used to go to Lathallan, so it's quite
for her. And we take it back to Johnson in the centre. Bringing it in. Held pass there. Fantastic intercept there from Alexa Humphreys in goal defence. Getting a little in that mid-court. When it is so is neck and neck, girls, what's going through your head? These things are going on when you're on court.
It is quite stressful, but it's really important to work together as a team, clean up any silly errors. We don't need any footwork or give away any silly balls like that. And just focusing on the centre passes, back lines, sidelines that we've gone through so many times in training, and making sure we just execute them properly to ensure up the court.
Yeah, it's just keeping the cool. That's really important. Making sure we're not getting frustrated at one another. And yeah, like Abby said, really working as a team.
Absolutely, and some absolutely great work from Wiltshire and Carter there in the D. Just a backline pass there, out to Dinsmore from McFarlane, and straight back in there to Wiltshire, taking it from a little bit of distance. Absolutely sends it through the net. Brilliant work from the girls. Back to Johnson in the Dundee. Slight bit of a deficit there for Dundee to pull back on, but nothing they haven't done before. We saw them work incredibly hard in some of the earlier games. Great work from Humphreys to hold on to that, keep that secure. Really using the channels well as Lathallan. Slight overshot where you couldn't quite catch it all over the head. Pass on court. Wiltshire doing great defence as well as attack. And how are you feeling for your game next in terms of the final? You know, as you said, you played this final a couple times, not quite gone your way. What's going to be different this year?
Well, it is a lot of pressure, and we all really want it. We were both in separate semi-finals of the Scottish Cup, and Strathallan were knocked out, and we've made it through to the final. So I'm sure they will all be wanting to win to prove themselves, but so do we. And it would be really helpful to have this win ahead of the final next Friday to just give ourselves a bit more confidence.
Yeah, I think both teams just so be really exciting and hopefully a good one to watch. Yeah, both teams we need to just keep our cool and hopefully
we got it.
We got it.
Absolutely, and Ailey Payne with the ball again. Another goal for Payne there. Again, Strathallan just slightly pulling away now with an 8-4 in terms of doubling the points of 25. But just those shooting accuracy in that Strathallan D is a little bit too much for Dundee to be dealing with right now. The defence is struggling a little bit, even though the mid-court is working incredibly hard. Johnson there again, everywhere. Really important for that centre to be, controlling the game, dominating the game. Struggling with the channels a little down the same one, getting stuck a little bit on that one side. Ability. Moving in for Forelli to take a goal. Fantastic. Again, 8-6 is obviously not, game's not over by any stretch of the imagination. And when you are down by just, 2 goals, that's one overturn and one of your own goals. What really needs to be done to kind of pull it back at that point?
So I think our defence is really strong, and we always aim to turn a centre pass or make sure we get a back line, rebounds, all little things that we do so much of, but just getting them has such an impact. As if we're down by 2, we can think of that as they've got 2 of our centres, we just need to get 2 of theirs back.
Yeah, lines and backlines, every opportunity that we can get to turn the ball, we need to take it. Work as a team and just shut down their options and get that turnover, and then really it's one goal in it.
Absolutely, and it is just about taking those opportunities, which is exactly what Dundee has just done. Got one of their own goals, and then turn that over. It should be heading back down to their shooting D, and can they take advantage of this to bring it level? As takes a shot from quite far out. Oh, absolutely brilliant goal, and under pressure to bring that level. brilliant work from Dundee in this first half. Their centre, it's their advantage. This is where mistakes can be made, a little bit too much on that ball, just slight miscommunication of where the player's going to be and where the ball's going to be, and those are the mistakes that can then, you know, send it straight back, and it's Lathallan's possession. Way just exactly where it needed to be. Slight sure, but it was a difficult ball. Cast is a little bit closer and absolutely sends it in. And we're back to the centre, Lathallan centre. And that is half time. So 9-8, all in it, all to play for. What do we think that both coaches are saying to their players at half time?
I think hopefully what Lathallan should be saying is to not get too confident, as obviously one goal in it, it can go either way from now on. They need to keep doing what they're doing. They've got a good passage of play down the wings going on, so probably a few changes going on within the court, and yeah, they should just keep doing what they're doing, and hopefully it turns out well for them.
Yeah, I wouldn't think there's going to be too many changes, as it's obviously working well for both teams, and at this point neither of them can be complacent. They're both really fighting for it, as it is really close, which will just make it exciting to watch.
Absolutely, and that's 9-8 to Strathallan, the final, which is Strathallan against Robert Gordon's college, which has been the final for the last couple of years, with Strathallan taking it, but Robert Gordon's college determined this year to be the ones to bring it back, and we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. girls are back on court for the second half. All to play for, one goal in it in the 7th-8th playoff. Starting with Dundee. Johnston with the ball, constant figure in this tournament for Dundee. The girls are ready, lined up. Don't think too many changes. Oh, taking it straight back down to Ailey Payne, who immediately nets it to bring it level. Just resetting slightly. Umpire wasn't quite in the right position. Ooh, a lovely, lovely bit of defence there from Dundee. Goal defence coming out, stopping that centre from getting that pocket ball. Lathallan just conceding the ball to backline pass for Dundee. Both teams struggling to use their advantages right now. Back to Dundee. And a held ball in the D is, you know, a difficult one to be dealing with. You know, it's a really hard one when you're trying to move that ball out. Just really shows how impenetrable the defence is. Dundee the ball back. A little bit scrappy in that mid-court, which can be happening when it is so close. And after working incredibly hard, Lathallan have got a goal. As well as Lathallan are struggling slightly, is having to work that extra little bit harder to get those goals in and to get it into that D and get it to the opportunity for their shooting. Dundee picking up the physicality on the edge of a D. Oh, and perfect. Carter is right where Johnston wanted her to be, taking advantage of that. And a pass for Lathallan. Again. Fantastic there from the Dundee goalkeeper. Another shot for Lathallan. And obviously these halves are, it's not a full kind of hour of netball as you're
Well, you can hear the top support for the home team here at Strathallan in Perthshire. They are hunting for a 4th consecutive title here at the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association Open. The Sisna final is Strathallan against Robert Gordon's College for the 4th time in a row. No one outside of these two schools has won the championship since 2012. And this is Strathallan's record 4th win in a row if they can hold off here against the current national Scottish finalists. It's Robert Gordon's with possession to get things started and a first chance for Lathallan. And alongside me is Sally Sanderson, Director of Netball at St Andrews and tournament sponsor. We've seen some great netball today, but it should come down to these two, and it has.
Oh, I'm so excited for this final today. 2 amazing teams out there. I can't wait to see what they both put out on court.
Well, of course, Fettes take on Mary Erskine in the 3rd-4th playoff over on court 2. But it's an early lead taken by Robert Gordon's and Lathallan, and an equaliser straight away from Strathallan. They have been really impressive throughout the day so far. Pottinger picked off by Strathallan. Good start for the home team. First turnover of the game. They came through a difficult group in the build-up to this one, beating the likes of Fettes, the High School of Dundee and Glasgow Academy, before coming through a tough semi-final against Mary Erskine. Lovely interplay. Great fast hands, and well, Sally, you know these players very well with your time training here alongside the London Pulse at the home of Strathallan. They are a top team.
Absolutely, it's amazing to see them sort of play in the team that they've been training with all year. That was a brilliant box zone there from Strathallan as well. It's something they do really, really well in order for Lexi, their goalkeeper, to come and pick off that interception.
3 scores on the bounce. Strathallan up by 3-1, and the centre pass has gone astray for Robert Gordon's. This is the first time today here on the grandstand in the Wilson Hall that we felt a real home presence, I think.
For sure, it's great to see so many Strathallan pupils and parents of the netball players here come to support. It's a lovely atmosphere in the hall.
Dinked over the top, big hand comes in from Megan Miller, who's shifted from goalkeeper to goal defence with Tulloch dropping back. And look how rapidly the navy and blue go charging up the turf. It's Pottinger, long ball, Sophia Lathallan looking to cut the gap. Good finish, and it's back to 3-2. Really hoping that this final is exactly as closely contested as we thought it might be in the build-up. But great work from Strathallan. They're straight into a scoring position again, Sally.
It's already so exciting here in the Wilson Hall. Brilliant to see the two teams. It's amazing the difference in Robert Gordon's here in comparison to the last game, just having to step up that other level that they had in them before. So absolutely brilliant.
Shauna Smith with her first start on the live stream at wing defence. Lovely ball atop for Cook. 2 to pick out, but perhaps not enough movement. There's the lean from Lathallan. And it's 4-3. And Robert Gordon's College stay in touching distance. Strathallan missed out on a Scottish Cup final place by really narrow margins in the semi-final. So it would really light up their season if they get a win here. They headed down south and compete in the Independent Schools League, organised by Millfield, another former hunting ground of Louisa Walker, the Director of Netball. They were the only Scottish side to compete in that competition. As they shift it back to the right-hand side, it's wonderful movement at centre. And it's a close effort, but a big chance now for Robert Gordon's College to restore some parity in the early stages of this final. Smith, Cook, Pottinger peels away. Instead of going short for Agbekan, it's a long ball, it's a testing ball. And that's some choice decision-making from Robert Gordon. It's really tough to get it right every time in a final as important as this.
I think it was some great work there as well from that Strathallan defence. They were really, really trying to keep that goal attack off the baseline. They're recognising she loves to shoot from that area, and I just think not having that option popping forward as a result of that ball side defence from Strathallan was the fatal error there.
Big interception from Shauna Smith, who started the final like a house on fire. Huerta-Aban ends up with it. Good ball from Cook. And they do level it up, Robert Gordons. 4-all. What a start to the final.
For sure. So exciting here. Really looking forward to see what these teams sort of set up defensively in order to get those key turnovers that we're going to need to see in this game in order for somebody to come into the lead.
Well, Pottinger loves the long ball, just hasn't worked out for her that time. But back comes Huerta-Aban. Fantastic work to get back and force an error, but Strathallan still have it. Again, their centre just peels off to the left-hand side. So good at finding pockets of space. But it's off target and it's been ripped away by Megan Miller. Maybe the best defensive player in the competition so far. But the Strathallan goalkeeper will have a claim for that one, although the fine movement again from Huerta-Aban puts Robert Gordon's College in the lead again. Strathallan with a centre pass, chance for an instant reply. Goal shooter gets away and wins the umpire's decision as well. So it's calmly slotted home by Strathallan's goal shooter, one of the most reliable players here at the Sisna Open. Pottinger, Cook. And it's great read from Strathallan. Came racing around the corner to make that stop.
Absolutely. Really great defensive pressure again from Strathallan. Just no options there for Robert Gordon. So there was no reset there so far up in the middle third either. So, yeah, absolutely brilliant there from Strathallan defence.
Again, this Strathallan centre finding herself in a world of space. Dink back to the edge of the D. Again, the centre is free. Robert Gordon's under real pressure. Back to 5-all. The centre on the far side, desperate for the ball, but it is good interplay between wing attack and goal attack, and they've slightly overworked in the end, and it comes back for Miller. Tullock. Smith. Cook. Pottinger. Quick hands to work their way up into this attacking third again. Pottinger goes long. Huerta-Aban misses out. But the second bite is hers. Could look for Sasfo Agipan. But it's been intercepted in the end. Strathallan with a huge turnover with the scores level, 5 apiece. Over the top. Shooter peels off. It's great movement again. What an outlet the shooter is for Strathallan.
It's great to see that confidence there as well across both teams, just to send that ball in. I think we've seen some play around, which is brilliant, but ultimately we need to have the confidence just to send it into that pocket with these interceptions that both teams are getting off the circle edge here.
Well, obstruction call goes their way as well. It's great interplay from the Strathallan centre, who's been the star of this final so far for the women in navy and gold. Oh, and a coming together there between two Strathallan players might leave them short-handed at the tail. Huerta-Aban to level it up. Under real pressure from the goalkeeper, but scores. Centre pass as well for Robert Gordons, looking to take the lead again. Huerta-Aban through the legs of Pottinger. The umpire's call will spare their blushes for now at this frantic start to the final. Pottinger over the top, slapped away at goal defence. Fantastic work again from Strathallan. But they can keep the pressure on here, Robert Gordons. And the umpire's call hands them a perfect opportunity. Sophia Huerta-Aban scores another, but my word, Strathallan are not making it easy for Robert Gordons here.
No, certainly not. The calmness in that attacking circle there from Robert Gordons is brilliant to see. I mean, they are having the pressure put on them by these Strathallan defence, but just the calmness that both shooters are able to show here just to get in a position is brilliant.
Another big turnover by Shauna Smith at the start of that move. This time Strathallan force an error. And neither side spending any time in the middle third of the court. A sign of two really impressive sides on the transition.
Definitely. I'd love to see a bit more commitment to these drives from both teams. Actually, that passage of play there from Strathallan was absolutely brilliant on that commitment, that drive. There was a lot of confidence there. If we can see more of that across both teams, I think that would stead them both well.
Well, just off either side of the rim there, but the umpire's call had gone, and Strathallan can equalise again. Well, this is going to be down to who blinks first here, because even when there are interceptions, even when centre passes are disrupted, well, both sides are still unable to stretch out a lead here as Huerta scores another.
Definitely, we need to work on that conversion to goal, because that's ultimately what this game is going to come down to. Going 1 for 1, if we can get a turnover to goal, that's going to make all the difference here.
Tulloch manages to disrupt the Strath goal shooter for the first time. And the whistle goes, and goodness me, the first half of that final has absolutely flown by. It is 8-7, Robert Gordon's with a narrow lead as they look for their first title since 2022. Strathallan looking to go for a historic 4th title in a row, only the 3rd team in the history of this competition to go to those lengths. What a tournament it's been today, and it's going to come down to this last 10 minutes. And at the break, there's nothing to split these two, really.
Not at all. I think both teams need to go on with a real sense of calmness and control in the second half. It's going to be so easy for them to go on and let the nerves take over, but a sense of control is needed, and both coaches here is going to be given some key information now to be able to take that win.
And the Gordonston Cup is on the line for both these sides, named after the 1993 champions. From 1994 to 2001, it was all Strathallan. Gordonston got a 2nd title in 2003, and Glen Almond got a 1st. And then it was back to Strathallan, another run of 5 in a row before Gordonston stepped back in. 2 more for Strathallan, a win for Fettes College. And then Robert Gordon's came to the fore, winning their first title in 2014 and not releasing the cup until 5 years later in 2018. Since then, it's been tit for tat between the two of these great netballing institutions. But Strathallan with the upper hand for the last couple of seasons, having missed out on a place in the Scottish Cup final to Robert Gordon's, who are through to that final after their semi-final went a different way. Well, maybe that kind of gives a slight psychological edge to the visitors today. But Strathallan have been so calm and composed throughout the tournament, it's difficult to believe that they would be affected by such a sort of minute statistic.
Definitely, it's amazing how that emotional control and that mental strength needs to come into netball, particularly at a time like this when Strathallan have something to prove here. And so do Robert Gordon's, proving that they deserve a place in that final over Strathallan. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens now in the second half.
It will be Robert Gordon's with the centre pass in the navy and blue, now going left to right for the final time. 10 minutes to go. They lead by a single goal. And a bit of contact there is going to hand a nice opportunity for Sasso Agbekan to start the second half. But big shutout for Strathallan. Big statement at the start of this final 10. Agbekan with an interception. Huerta in plenty of space. What a comeback by the Robert Gordon's goal shooter.
For sure, that was absolutely amazing to see. It just shows that composure, that ball placement needs to be so well, even in the face of a tense game here.
9-7, a 2-point buffer opens up for the very first time in this final. It's just a little bit loose. And Strathallan keep the pressure on. It's crucial, even at this stage, with so much time left, that they get the next score.
For sure, they really, really need a goal here. I think it would really help just to calm and settle down the team if they could come one up. And then all that's needed is one more turnover after that to convert, and they're back equal again.
Big chance to go back within one. It's a fine finish. Nothing but net for Strathallan. Great hands. But the ball from wing attack is off target, unfortunately, there. Cook and Pottinger just swap positions at the start of this second half. But it's Strathallan, desperate for space. It's really patient play, really composed from them.
Strathallan knew what they needed to do there. They came right out the bat, big arms over there from the goal defence just to allow that misplaced ball. They need to have a real sense of calmness now. Brilliant pocket drive there to be able to open up that attacking end.
Another infringement from Robert Gordon's. And a second one as well. This is a period of ill discipline for Strathallan that might catch, for Robert Gordon's I should say, that might catch them out. Strathallan still have it. Well kept out by Robert Gordons for now. That's a third infringement in a row here in Strathallan's favour. So surely the chance will present itself. That's a fourth infringement so far. But it goes Robert Gordon's way in the end. Big call, Sally.
Very interesting there. Rita's a top-class umpire with us here, so both teams are in very safe hands. She doesn't miss anything. The discipline from both teams needs to be top-notch in order to try and take this win.
The Edinburgh Academy coach in charge of this final. And it's Robert Gordons who take their opportunity and go back to 2 ahead. Big interception from Georgia Tulloch. Well, it's Robert Gordons now who have got to build from deep. Pottinger just about gets it away, but it's picked off. In fact, it was just over the sideline. So Strathallan down by 10-8. A tight final so far. And some great hands for the hosts. Oh, a bit of a Hail Mary pass, but really well left there, forcing the goalkeeper to make a decision.
Definitely. I think Strathallan need to start taking this ball to circle edge here. There's been a few misplaced balls there into the goal shoot that's not gone their way, so it's just about trying to adjust in this crucial moment of the game.
Well, a real silence fell over the Wilson Hall for the first time here at Strathallan today and was met by rapturous applause as the home team are back within one. It's a big defensive intervention at goal defence. They are going to keep up the work rate at the back here, Strathallan, because their defence today has been exceptional.
Absolutely amazing. What's really interesting here as well, the goal defence, her mum coaches Robert Gordon's side, so she's been really excited about this game today, and I can just tell she's leaving everything on the court. The partnership between those Strathallan defensive players as well is absolutely amazing.
One back again at goal defence. Fantastic work for Strathallan. Wonderful movement at wing attack to get away from the defender. And the centre slips off down the left wing again. It's great play. And it's surely an equaliser. Oh, it could not have got any closer to the net.
Not at all, and that was a lovely mix-up there from that Strathallan shooting circle. They were relying heavily on that goal shoots hold, but for that goal attack to slip through and offer something different, just to disrupt that Robert Gordon's defence a bit, was brilliant to see.
Well, Robert Gordon's wanted a call there for a push in the air, but the umpire was well placed, so Strathallan still have the opportunity to level this game up. We will be through to extra time if the scores are level at the end of the 10 minutes. Oh, and it's overcooked. And Robert Gordon survive. A frustrating one for Strathallan, but they know the chances are there.
For sure, just not working there with that long ball in. So they need to keep their composure in that attacking end for sure.
Massive turnover here. That is a huge moment for Strathallan. Pottinger gets a hand to it. There's real tension here in Perthshire. A chance to level up the game again. This time it's taken. Most popular score of the day. Strathallan, 10-all. And with a centre pass as well, Sally. That's a big moment.
Oh, to have a Strathallan centre pass on the back of that is huge for them. And it's just really looking at that ball placement into that circle to make it as easy for the goal shoot as possible in order to finish it off.
Fine margins on the baseline, but what an interception. That wing defence. Tulloch gets a hand in there. Great work from Robert Gordons. We're still level at 10 apiece, but now Robert Gordon's struggling to break out of their own defensive third. More great effort from Strathallan.
For sure. That defensive pressure from Gordons is absolutely brilliant to see there. It's really tough for that Strathallan side in the goal circle, especially to try and get that ball in, all down to that pressure from the goalkeeper and goal defence there.
So Robert Gordon's do well to wing it back, but Strathallan not content to let them progress up the field. A bit of contact spares their turnover there. And for the first time in a while, Robert Gordons are on the offensive. It's been an age since they've challenged here. Huerta Raban battling away. Back out to wing attack. Popped over the top by Cook and intercepted by Strathallan. Two passes in there, back into the attacking third. It's lobbed over the top. What a time to stay in field. Strathallan ahead. Strathallan retake the lead. Robert Gordon's now asked to respond. Pottinger, Cook. Pottinger, Huerta-Raban. What a response by Robert Gordons. And they equalise. That's exactly what they needed to do.
Exactly what they needed to do. So quick off the mark there by Robert Gordons. That goal attack, very comfortable in that entrance into the circle. Really, really fast playing. That great utilising that first, second ball there from Gordons.
Well, Pottinger just slips, unfortunately, there. Not looking too comfortable. And it's allowed Strathallan in to take the lead again. That is unfortunate for Robert Gordons. But Pottinger is still battling through it. And Pottinger, on one leg, has still managed to dart off away from the marker. But the call doesn't go her way. And it's Strathallan who's just overcooked the pass. Pottinger comes short. What a tournament she's had. But it hasn't worked out this time for her. Looking for that long ball that has been so profitable for Robert Gordons today. It's 12-11. It's Strathallan ahead by 1 as we edge ever closer to the final moments here. Long ball, great movement at centre again. Soft hands, but back comes Shauna Smith, who's had a fine final. Selfless from Strathallan. (13-11), they go 2 ahead. And a centre pass for the defending champions as well. Desperate to make it 4 titles in a row. What a steal. Oh, but it's going to go Strathallan's way. Those fine margins in this final just haven't been on Robert Gordon's side. Should be Miller who comes away with it now. It is. Good work from Tulloch and Miller at the back. Robert Gordon's not out of it just yet, but they have to score next. Pottinger, Cook, fires it on. It's lovely movement up the field. Pottinger, Cook, great dummy, through to Huerta-Raban. Oh, but the pole's moving there, so it should be Robert Gordons who have it. Huerta-Raban, Sasso Agbaken, Huerta-Raban. Finally they score. 13-12, centre pass to Robert Gordons. Massive opportunity. Cook, Pottinger, Huerta-Raban. Out of time. What a final. Strathallan have hung on in the final seconds to claim a 4th Sisna Open title. What a performance under real pressure from a Robert Gordon side that looked unbeatable today. And really, this game just came down to who was in front when the 20 minutes was up. If we played another 5, who knows what could have happened.
100%. An amazing final there. Could not have been closer. It was great to see both teams' composure in that final couple of minutes there when it could have gone either way. Great mental strength shown and an amazing win for Strathallan.
A rapturous round of applause from both sets of supporters, regardless of their Gordons or Strathallan persuasion. It's been another unbelievable tournament here. But in the end, the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association's Open champions are Strathallan yet again. This is their 4th in a row. It's a 4th defeat in a final for Robert Gordon's college. But a word on Robert Gordon's before we touch on the champions.
I thought they were so clean and clinical throughout this tournament. That semi-final showed their dominance, and I thought they came in and raised their game even further in the final if that was possible. They responded to Strathallan's strength, they responded to their physicality, they absorbed it really well. Their patience, bringing it down into that attacking end, and their defensive pressure was absolutely amazing out there.
Fine margins, but in the end, Strathallan come through by a single goal, and it was the moment there when they went 2 goals up for the first time in that second half and Robert Gordon's not able to respond. The pressure on that final shot must have been immense, and yet the goal shooter for Strathallan made it look very simple.
She absolutely did. Really, really tough out there mentally. To go 2 up, that's their chance. They need to take it. They need to see it through. They know then that that's a crucial moment. And the goal shoot, just calm and composed all the time, supported by the wing attack and her teammates. You saw that communication from Strathallan all the way throughout the court, and that really set them in good stead just to take this final on home turf.
Well, Sally, I'm going to have to let you go because I think you're going to be on presentation duties down the bottom. But it's been a real pleasure to have you for both the semi and the final.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been brilliant.
Sally Sanderson, director of netball, I should say, of course, at St Andrews. I'm sure she'd whip the rugby team into shape as well. Well, that brings our coverage of the live netball here at the Sisna Open to a close. But bear with us because in a few moments' time, we will have the presentations. We'll be back in just a moment to finish off the Sisna Open. hesitant to interrupt Louisa Walker while she's talking, so we'll leave the Strathallan Director of Netball to say her thank yous. Round of applause then for the coaches and for the umpires today as well, as we are soon to have our Player of the Tournament awards. And then, of course, thanking all the Strathallan staff. Takes a lot to bring together a tournament like this with 3 courts in action. So, of course, Kath Tetley, the coach of the Scottish Thistles, currently ranked 10th in the world, has been in attendance today. She was sat just over in the corner with a notepad out throughout most of the fixtures, which is fantastic to see the level that this tournament has aspired to, as Louisa Walker prepares to announce the final standings. So Fettes College, who came through Strathallan's group, beaten in that final playoff game by the eventual third-place side. And it's Mary Erskine's who come up to receive their award. Well, Charlotte, who's been alongside me all day, we've seen a fair bit of Mary Erskine's. We caught their semi-final in the distance. They really tested Strathallan, who of course went on to be champions.
Yeah, absolutely. They really pushed them a lot more than they were pushed by RGU and RGC when they played them. It was a really impressive semi-final from Mary Erskine. And some really great play from them. They're a really quick team, and I'm sure we'll see them again in some other pieces of netball competing.
And a second win of the season for Mary Erskine's over Fettes after beating them in a regular league outing as well earlier on in the campaign. So a good day for them as they finish 3rd overall and receive their awards from head coach of the Scottish national team, Kath Tetley. Says a lot about this tournament that she's come along to support and to take in the next generation, perhaps, of Scottish Thistles. Well, interestingly enough, after a 12-13 scoreline in the final, it was the 12-13 academic year that saw the start of this Robert Gordon's and Strathallan dominance. Since 2013, no team has won the Sisna Open other than this Robert Gordon's college side or the host Strathallan, and it's Robert Gordon's who come up short for a 4th season in a row, but they were outstanding today, Charlotte.
Absolutely, such an entertaining team to watch. Such some great plays, from their captain, from everyone. It's just a really great team to watch, and a really fast final. Wouldn't have been the same without them in that final, absolutely. Indeed,
I think it is the correct sides that finish in the top 2 here at the Scottish Independent Schools National Netball Association Open. So Louisa Walker has led Strathallan to a 3rd title here at the Sisna Open. She's won every tournament she's entered since becoming head of netball, joining from the University of Worcester back in 2024. And, well, it's a fantastic result for this Strathallan side, and with Saints Netball, of course, from the University of St Andrews supporting, as well as the London Pulse, Strathallan has such a bright future as well with their netball programme being run as it is.
Absolutely, and that is just absolutely shown by Kath Tetley being here today. I'm sure she was, making some notes, seeing some of the future talent that might be coming through some pathways in coming years, and that's a real boost for the girls as well to get to play in front of such an exciting figure of netball in Scotland, and 6 months out from the Commonwealth Games. Netball is really the sport to be watching, and a really exciting time for these girls to be playing.
So another Gordonstoun Cup win for Strathallan. A 4th in a row, and they join the pantheons of sides like the 2013 team or the 1994 side that went on to win a historic number of titles on the bounce. And they'll have a final photo as well here in front of their home support as well, which of course means a lot for this jubilant Strathallan side. We have just one more set of awards to be handed out, and that is the player of the tournaments. Sally Sanderson, of course, who was live on comms for the semi-final and the final, had a great view of some of the best players here today at the Sisna Open. So the shooter of the tournament, there'll be 4 of these awards in total, and it's Sophia Huerta-Raban from Robert Gordon's College who won the award. I think, in all fairness, outside of perhaps the goal shooter from Strathallan, she was the standout in that position.
Absolutely, we said her name a plenty with all the goals she was getting in for Robert Gordon.
And I think that's also an award that most people in the house can agree with. Zara Pottinger, who's spread across wing attack and centre for Robert Gordon's, the mid-court player of the tournament. Again, I'm not sure where Robert Gordon's would have ended up without her, but she was outstanding. Great partnership as well between herself and Elizabeth Cook. So Karina in Strathallan colours moved across from goalkeeper and goal defence, but locked down that GK spot and was fantastic throughout the tournament.
Incredibly dominant, and that space was her own. And whether she was in the D, out the D, she was absolutely incredible across all of her games and made some really big calls in that final game.
And a double for Karina in Strathallan Golden Navy, the player of the tournament overall as well. And I think that says a lot about what has got Strathallan to this final. The fact that their defence was outstanding today.
Absolutely, throughout the pool stages, really noticeable, and even in that final, really made a massive difference in terms of those final minutes.
And the biggest cheer of the day is for Louisa Walker, thanked by the Strathallan Director of Sport, as well as everyone in the building. A great moment for Louisa Walker, who continues to take this netball programme from strength to strength. Some playoff music as well for the players and the staff here at the Sisna Open. A fine advert for Scottish netball. And either winner would have been the right winner, I think, Charlotte, but in the end it's Strathallan who take the plaudits. Some players across both of those two teams, and as well all of the sides here today that have bright futures in Scottish netball.
Absolutely, and I think that was encapsulated by Kath Tetley being here. You can really just see how these girls are going to grow and where they could go, whether that is, through the pathways with Pulse, with Saints, whether they go university, whether they go league. There's so many opportunities for them, but I think for certain we will be seeing some of these girls again and again in the future of Scottish netball, and I think it's going to be a very exciting time as Scotland continues to grow with their netball scene, encapsulated by the Commonwealth Games and the excitement that there is around that with the netball.
Well, that will bring our coverage to an end here in Perthshire. Congratulations to the host and the champion Strathallan, victors for a 4th season in a row here at the Scottish Independent Schools Netball Association Open. A great tournament for them, and commiserations to Robert Gordon's College, but good luck for their Scottish Cup final coming up in a few weeks' time. Well, if you're interested in more netball today, then the St Joseph's College tournament continues to rumble on live on the Next Gen Live YouTube channel. And tonight from 6 p.m, it'll be the Super Bowl down in Worcester when RGS take on Kings in the second leg of the Modus Cup, so to speak. Plenty more live action today. And catch us at Roslin Park next week, where myself and Sam Bork will be running around catching you all on our TikTok and Instagram with plenty of interviews and fun prizes to be won. Plenty more to come as well, because after that we of course have the conclusions for the Under-12 Friday Night Super League in Brighton, the Sedbergh 10s and the Caldecott 10s to round out the school season. So much more live sport to come on Next Gen Live ahead of a busy summer of sevens and netball as well as hockey. But from all of us here in Perthshire at the Wilson Hall at Strathallan, for myself, Wilfred Kemsley, from Charlotte Suffolk as well, have a pleasant weekend, and please tune in for more netball today and in the coming weeks. But goodbye for now.